This is a call to order. This is German Village Commission hearing. The date is 9/6/2023, times 4:04 p.m. here at 111 Front Street, second floor, room 204. The next business meeting will be Wednesday, September 20th, 2023 at 12 noon here at 111 Front Street, second floor, room 204. The next hearing will be Wednesday, October 4th, 2023 at 4 p.m. at 111 Front Street, second floor, room 204. Go ahead and swear in staff. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name.
Nicole Larson.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the commissioners who are present, starting down left over there.
Member EJ.
Ned Field.
Anthony Harkey, chair.
Teresa Darris.
Moving into public forum. Any guys public forum?
Not to my knowledge.
No public forum. Moving ahead to staff approvals, which begin on page. Page 12 of the agenda. Any recusals?
Mr. Chairman, if there are no recusals, I move to ratify the staff approvals.
Second.
I do recuse myself of one GV 2309022554 South Grand. Motion on the table. Any questions on the motion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Then moving on to the meeting minutes from the previous hearing, August 2nd, 2023.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Moving on to applications. We're going to do a quick jump ahead to item number 13, GV-23-08-029-838 City Park Avenue. Any applicant here for 838 City Park?
Yeah.
Come on up. And once you're settled, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name for the record.
Thomas.
Thank you.
This application is an exterior building alteration for roof work. To repair the slate roof and replace 35 slate tiles and to remove the iron roof detail from the lower porch roof line. Staff analysis included summary of any previous review. Code enforcement reached out to HPO staff about the metal railing on May 5th, 2023. HPO staff confirmed with code enforcement that the metal railing should be reinstalled after painting. At the time, it was believed the metal railing was only removed for painting. The applicant did receive a COA for painting as a staff approved application on May 15th, 2023 as GB-23-06-012. The application was placed on the August agenda due to the removal of the decorative iron detail on the porch roof line. At the August business meeting, the commission recommended the applicant prepare a method to reinstall or replace the iron roof line and requested current photos of the house showing the iron having been removed. The commission requested staff check the files for any historic photos. Applicant has provided new photos and staff has provided photos from 1999 from the file. At the August hearing, the application was continued due to the applicant's absence. At the September business meeting, the commission had no request for additional information from the applicant. Staff recommendation is that staff recommends the commission offer feedback and continue the application to allow time for the applicant to amend their design to be more in line with Durham Village guidelines and city code. The basis for that staff recommendation is 301-611 standards for alteration, 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, and 12. And German Village guidelines, ornamentation, trim, brackets, hood molds, shutters, and light fixtures for 1 and 2.
Anything else to add?
Well, the roof, the metal piece, was removed to repair the roof, not to do the painting. And when the roofer took it off, it disintegrated. He said it basically just broke apart from brittleness. So he obviously couldn't put it back up. But the roof was decayed completely, had to be repaired, and it was before I knew about this process. So that's what happened. I mean, literally, I had no idea that you had to have permission to repair the roof. So when I purchased the home, I fixed it immediately because we had a very rainy season. I didn't want it to affect the structure of the rest of the house.
So, questions, comments from the commission?
It's like where to start. Number one, when you signed your papers for your house, there should have been an acknowledgement that the property was in a historic district. You signed off on that. So declaring ignorance of knowing that you were in a historic district that required reviews and approvals, et cetera, doesn't stand. I'm sorry. Number two, it may have been brittle. It should have been repaired, maintained over the years. You are now the current owner. You need to replace it and match it in kind. It's a significant architectural element on this building.
This building isn't marked as a historic building.
You are in a historic district.
I know it's in a historic district, but none of that information was relayed to me. I understand what you're saying about ignorance, but in the moment, I was in a hurry. I was doing a 1031 property exchange, so I had to find a rental that was in my area. And I know that German Village is a popular area, so that's when I purchased the building. So
One reason it's popular is because we do historic preservation.
and I understand that, but as houses are preserved, I preserved it by also fixing the roof. I didn't, at that point, wasn't, because I didn't know about this process. I mean, if I had waited another 4 or 5 weeks or whatever it would have been through all that rain, it probably would have damaged the walls and other parts of the house. So I did what was necessary to maintain the structure, and I understand that, but
So your application should have said to repair or replace the crusting on my roof. You could have done that at a later date. So here we are,
right, so.
asking you to repair, or replace the crusting on your roof.
Okay, so if I want to not put the metal back on the roof, then what do I have to do? Submit another application asking to remove the
I
metal?
think your application right now says you're not going to replace it and we're going to vote on it.
Well, it didn't say it's not going to. I asked for guidance as to how to do this because I've never had to deal with this before.
Certainly. I think-
So, and I understand that. So I filled out the application based on the guidance I was given. If the application needed to say, well, I want to remove the iron, then I could have done that also. I can do whatever the application needs to say, I'm happy to do. I don't know. So I followed the instructions to get to this point, and now I'm trying to remedy the situation, the least amount of additional work and costs.
So there's no issue for the commission as far as repairing the roof. Roof repair done, we don't have a problem with repairing the roof.
Right.
It's simply putting back, replacing the iron. We understand it was deteriorated, understand it is now gone. But putting back in kind what was there, having refabricated, put back, that is the opinion of the commission. You can request to not put it back,
Okay.
and we vote on that. I don't think you're gonna have the votes on the commission here today to get that approved. If we vote on it, and it's denied, there are several courses of appeal. You can appeal back to us, a statement of hardship. You can go to the Board of Commission Appeals to appeal, and you can also go through a mediation process, and staff can direct you down that route. But I don't think that you're gonna get the approval of the commission to not put something back, not put in kind back what was there.
I, just out of curiosity, would like to understand why it needs to be there.
Sure. So being in a historic district, every property is contributing to the historic district of German Village. As part of our guidelines, the section specifically put out in the staff report stating that significant architectural features must be maintained, repaired, replaced. This is a significant architectural feature of this building, this property in this historic district. That is why it needs to go back there.
So what you're saying is if I can look into having it replaced there, if it's a financial hardship, then I can come back through this process and discuss it from that perspective.
It can be done through that. We cannot take financial hardship into account on the first hearing, only on appeal.
Okay,
So we have to go through, we have to vote, deny the application, and then reapply with the hardship, and there's a whole slew of what's required for that kind of hardship.
that's fine. So then what's the next step that I do here?
If you'd like to get to that part of getting the appeal process, then we need to vote on the application of you asking us to not replace that decorative iron.
Okay.
Is that in the application now?
So the application now reads to remove the decorative.
Yeah.
So that is what the application is
So
proposing.
we would vote on it as is. Is that what you likes to do?
And an alternative option is to continue the application at this hearing to give you time to figure out what the cost might be to
Yeah.
replace the iron.
Then I have to come back to another hearing, or can I come to a business meeting?
Here,
I would point out that cost is not an issue.
Just to,
on the first.
so she can figure out if that's something she wants to pursue. So the continuation would just be to give her time to.
Or are
explore
there
the
city
options.
grants or things that you can apply for to do that kind of thing?
I can't speak if there's city grants or not. It's not my forte. So
The
options are,
building's obviously been altered over the years because it's not how it looked when I purchased it. So I'm not sure how those things were approved to be changed, but but this won't be.
Stick with the crusting.
It's what?
Stick with the crusting.
What's that mean?
The metal trim on the roof is called crusting.
Oh, the crusting, okay. But like there was different fronts, it's been different colors, so I don't know why the crusting.
Usually not.
I mean, and not all homes have it.
But yours does. Yours has a
Well,
style
it
that had
had-
crusting when it was built.
Right, but the original one is now gone, like even if I have it refabricated,
Mhm.
it's not that, and it may not be able to be exactly that.
Oh, I'm sure there's a company that could duplicate that and put it up there for you.
I mean, I can do what Nicole said and look into it and the costs of it.
so if you'd like, if we continue the application, it leaves it open.
Okay.
So we would not take action on it aside from just continuing it. That would keep you on the agenda for the very next hearing, right at the top. So you have between now and then to go get pricing, whatever, to determine what you want to do to move forward. If you'd like to amend your application to replace it with whatever you find, we could do that. If you still want to try to move forward with not replacing it, we can vote on then as well, or we can vote tonight on not replacing it.
So if we vote to not replace it, then I have to go through the appeal process.
Yes.
Is what you're saying. But again, my question is gonna be to further this discussion, is it possible to attend a different meeting than this? Because this time and from now till the end of the school year is gonna be impossible for me to get to. This is like the last day of this day and time that I could make it to here. So I don't know how that factors into figuring out the rest of this.
This is the hearing, this is the forum, public
Yeah,
forum that we have.
I understand. So does it just keep getting postponed?
Or you could have somebody come representing you.
I don't have anyone here. I just left all my children at home to get to this one, and then starting the next one, I have to be on duty with them. So I'm not from here. So we're here without a lot of help,
Understood.
so,
There's also the option of if you decide to proceed with replacing it, and you can find a fabricator that can replicate it. I don't think you need to be here in that instance of the application. You could just apply with that, and we could vote on that, and if we believe that it is faithful to the original what was there, we can approve it without you being here.
okay.
We could also vote on it to not be replaced, like the denial, without you being here if you want us to do that. So your physical presence isn't necessarily required
Mandatory.
to get it voted.
Okay.
We just need to know what you want to do with it. But we didn't want to vote on it last month with you not being here without explaining and having the conversation
Mhm,
and you being kind of in the dark with it.
mhm. Okay, so then what, leave it open for this month and then,
We can
figure
continue
out.
it the next month so you guys. can look.
Mr. Chairman, I totally question why we're continuing this.
If the applicant would like to look into replacing it, I think we give the applicant the opportunity to do that.
The application right now is to remove it.
Correct.
So I guess I'm hearing you saying, give her a chance to look into how much it would cost. If it surprisingly is not as expensive as she thought, then she can come back, then she can amend the application, say I'm replacing it with this product.
Yes,
That would be a new application. I don't know.
I think you could amend the application. The application.
I guess it's just my opinion, the fact of why continuing it to say removing it when, in my opinion, I would never vote for that. Yeah,
I agree. I don't believe that the votes are there to approve not replacing it, period.
Yeah.
If the applicant would like to amend the application, at a future hearing, to replace it, then they can amend the application.
okay.
If we vote it down, then it would be a whole new application.
Or then she has the basis to move on and appeal.
Yes.
Okay.
So that said, would you like us to continue or would you like us to vote?
I'd like clarification from HBO, how far we can keep continuing this.
How do you
once.
mean?
Once,
We continued once already. We usually continue twice.
okay, just so you're aware.
okay,
So
that's
would you
fine.
like
You can, I'll continue it
Continue. Okay.
and I can let.
Yes.
Chairman, line number 13, GB 2308-029, 38 City Park Avenue, I move to continue.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Ayes have it, the motion passes. Moving ahead to item number 1, GV 23 09 026 370 East Beck Street. Hello. Once you're settled, you please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Jeffrey Belt.
Thank you.
This application is an exterior building alteration to replace a garage door. Remove the existing garage door and to install the Wayne Dalton Classic Steel 9100 garage door in the contemporary style. The door is to be the prefabricated gray, no windows and panels, and the door is to be 16 feet by 7 feet. Staff analysis, the September business meeting, the commission requested the applicant provide a close-up photo or bring the chip sample of the finished material for the garage to ensure it has a smooth finish. Applicant clarified the door is to have a slightly textured appearance. The applicant stated that the Hamilton, Parker, and Columbus door do not offer smooth finishes from the door manufacturer. Applicant's email response is included in the application materials. In the email, applicant shares that the premier Columbus suppliers, Hamilton, Parker, and Columbus door do not offer smooth finishes from their door manufacturers. The manufacturing process has changed and slight texturing hides the imperfections of the smoothness of the panels, and the smooth finish is no longer offered. While the application is listed as staff recommended application, staff would not support the door having the textured appearance as clarified by the applicant after the business meeting. Staff recommendation is that staff recommends approval with any all clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff for review and approval prior to the issue of the certificate with the following condition. The condition being that the commissioner and applicant identify a smooth finished door and final specifications are sent to HBO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of a certificate. And noting that staff does support the garage door being replaced, but not the chosen door. The basis for staff recommendation is 311611 stands for alteration 1, 2, 9, 10, and 12. And German Village Guidelines for Garages and Outbuildings 1, 2, and 3.
Anything else to add?
5 things. The garage sits at the end of a 3-street intersection on Burger Alley. And because of the width of the alley, both east-west and the intersecting north-south, trucks, cars have to swing right in order to make the turn to go north. As a result, you get wheel turn, you get slippage, and as a result, I get dirt, snow, rain, and salt kicked up onto the door and the sides of the garage. Rots the door, rots the garage. In addition to that, Burger Alley was recently paved. The pavers that sit in front of my garage were corrected, were leveled, but the grade of the newly paved alley pitches water, snow, ice, dirt, mud into the garage, and specifically the door frame. So I really need a garage door that's sustainable and durable. I can replace the exact look of the garage, but not exactly the exact texture. So as stated, Hamilton Parker and Columbus Store, who I've done both personal and professional business with, I think they're premier suppliers in the city. They don't offer a smooth finish in wood or composite. Too difficult to manufacture. And I think that my concern is that want to maintain the integrity, I want to maintain the look, I want to do what's right, but I cannot solve to a perfectly smooth finish. The door currently now is not smooth. It has a slight texture to it.
Questions, comments from the commission?
So how much texture is on this?
More than what's currently on the door now. I've got a sample here in my hand. If you
Yeah.
Steph, I need to recuse myself. I didn't realize how close it was.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's around the corner from me.
And I know that this is not a perfect match, but from 5 feet, it's a great match with what's there consistent currently right now.
So you said this has more texture than what's on the door now.
That's correct. I cannot find a smooth finish. I cannot find another composite door, be it vinyl, be it fiberglass, be it steel, that mimics the exact texture of the current door. The wood manufacturer of my current door that is now falling apart, they don't offer a textured finish. He told me, he goes, well, you could just replace the panel on the bottom. But it's a textured panel that we provide now. We don't provide a smooth finish wood. But my concern is that all of the debris that kicks up out of that alley is hitting my door. And I just need something that's sustainable. I need something that's very durable. I need something that is watertight and secure.
Some thoughts?
So basically, none of the materials except wood are smooth.
Wood is not smooth.
Well,
So Wayne Dalton,
as smooth as wood.
that's correct. So I'm trying to solve to first the look to make sure that it is appropriate and that it is same. And from a distance of 5 feet, it is. From a distance of 1 feet, it is not.
Has anyone ever tried to put like floral accent pins on the steel door?
That they know of.
Can't done, I asked the question. The door becomes too heavy.
And would I have just, I guess, a question for the commission. There is another door application on the agenda for tonight, and there is a smoother finish. Am I allowed to reference that, or is it not? Because it hasn't been seen by the commission yet. Okay, thank you.
My opinion, we've been so far all over the place with these garage doors that this texture is not that significantly different from stuff we've approved, whether it's panels, whether it's smooth. These doors, like he's got a failing all over the village for the exact same reason that we're looking at here. And this is why we've got a lot of them on the agenda tonight to replace. I'm for going for this. Just my opinion.
Andy had a sample of a garage door that was smoother. Saying they don't make the smoother one anymore.
Wayne Dalton does not make the smooth finish anymore. So Wayne Dalton manufactures their garage doors in California. It's a special order to get the panel that I want. They will not match the texture that I currently have. 12-week lead time, 4-week transit time, 2-week install time. So even if I could, it's a special order that might sort of kind of be light, but not exactly.
Is that the special order one? Are you
No,
sure?
that is not a special order one.
So that's a stock one.
They provide that as a stock finish, but that is their stock finish for a number of doors besides just steel. Same for vinyl, same for composite.
We've approved the pebble finish, which is a little smoother than this, but.
Pebble finish is offered in a vinyl door.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm just talking texture here.
Right, that's exactly right.
Well, to avoid oil canning, because that's what you guessed.
And that's part of it, yeah. Whether you get the pressed panel one, which we get a lot of those too, but they last.
There's 22 within the 1 block radius of my garage. Of the 31 garage doors, 22 are a similar
Already
texture.
like that.
Yes, and it's just 2 alleys.
That's what I'm saying. We've been all over the place in this, the last, in my knowledge, the last 15 years that it's really hard.
You keep asking someone to bring in a sample of the steel door that's smooth and so far, nothing.
Nothing, yeah. Even the panel doors are not smooth. Motion,
Okay, I move on application GB 23 09 026 370 East Beck Street to approve the application as submitted on the basis that for the past several years, there just has been no viable non-wood product that has a smoother texture than what has been presented in the past
thank you.
for various reasons.
Second,
I second.
all those in favor?
I
Aye. All those opposed? It passes.
Thank you.
Can we keep this? Or can you get one other one for staff?
Oh, my God.
Sure, thanks. Thank you. Yeah. Hey. Keep that at the application.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Cool. We may have to haul it out again.
What, sorry?
We may have to haul it out again.
Okay.
All right, moving ahead to item number 2, GB 23 09 027 713 South 6th Street. There we go. You both please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
And your name?
Suzanne Venemeyer.
Thank you.
Mark Fittemeyer.
Thank you.
I will, the applicant sent in the sample, so I'll pass that to you all now. I read through.
Excellent.
This is for an exterior building alteration to replace a garage door. To remove the existing garage door and to install a new thermocore flush panel in a prefabricated dark bronze, textured to be smooth. The door is to be 16 feet by 7 feet, and then they'll paint the garage door to Sherwin-Williams SW 2303 Matosaurus Rex. Staff analysis of the September business meeting, the commission requested the applicant provide a close-up photo or bring a chip sample of the finished material for the garage door to ensure it has a smooth finish. Applicant submitted samples of the garage door finish, and staff have verified it is a smooth finish. Staff will bring the provided samples to the September hearing, which you all have now. Staff recommendation is that staff recommends approval with all verifications to be submitted to HBO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of a certificate. The basis of staff recommendation is 311611, standards for alteration of 1, 2, 9, 10, and 12, and German village guidelines for garage and outbuildings 1, 2, and 3.
Anything else to add?
No.
Questions, comments from the commission?
So out of curiosity, what is the thermocore material? What is it?
Is the composite of the door?
I don't know. I didn't bring the entire brochure. Just, I included certain things. Maybe it's in that paperwork. It tells me what the composite. No, I didn't. Give me some.
It says polyurethane insulation with an R value of 9.31.
Sandwich between corrosion resistant steel. That's a steel door.
Yep.
I guess the insulation must make it rigid enough. Not the oil can.
Yeah. That would be different.
Like the.
Yeah, always.
Questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, item GV 2309-027, 713 South Sixth Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. I have a personal request. When you install a garage door, you notify staff. I'd like to come by and just take a look at it, see how.
You want to keep this sample
You can get a sample back.
with that? Okay,
I'd like to see it in the field once it gets installed, so.
absolutely. All
Be awesome, thank you.
right, thank you.
Item number 3, GV 23 09 028 777 South Fifth Street. Applicant for 777 South Fifth Street. There we go. Once you're all settled, if you please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And please state your name for the record.
Sarah Dominguez.
Thank you. Cool.
This is the proposed work description is for landscaping, to remove and replace 2 trees. To remove a declining magnolia and serviceberry tree, to replace the magnolia tree with an upright Japanese maple, and to replace the serviceberry tree with a new serviceberry tree. Staff analysis is at the September business meeting, the commission had no request for additional information from the applicant. Staff recommendation, that the staff recommends approval with any all clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of the certificate. The basis for that staff recommendation is 311613, standards for site improvements A.
And anything else to add?
No.
Any questions, comments from the commission?
Motion?
I think that those tell the story well. There's a motion.
Mr. Chairman, on item GV 2309-028 777 South Fifth Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Do we need to sort of clarify that no arborist was needed because the photos are pretty clear that the tree is
Yeah.
not well?
Yeah.
I meant to clarify that when I made my statement, but I'll tell the story.
Pictures, hey.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you. Moving ahead to item number 4, GV 23 09 029 684 South Third Street. Once you're both settled, please raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Do, I swear.
Your name? Your name, sir?
Kevin Lee,
Thank you.
Matthew Teisman.
Thank you.
This application is for landscaping for a fence and sidewalks. To install a metal fence along the north property line similar to the Third Street fence. The fence is to have cast stone posts to match existing size and shape. To install a gate and 3-foot wide sidewalk on the northeast section of the fence. And the new fence designed to follow the property line. At the September business meeting, the commission had no request for additional information from the applicant. And the fence for the north property line was originally approved in December of 2022 as GV 22-12-026, following an October 22 approval for landscaping. Where the fence was called out specifically to be more simplified than proposed for the north property line. Staff recommendation, the staff recommends approval of any all clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of a certificate. The basis for staff recommendation is 311613, standard for site improvements A and B, and Durham Village guidelines for fences and walls 2, 5, 6, and 7.
Anything else to add?
Yeah, just for a little bit of clarification purpose, there's two different fences we're talking about here. One's on the south side of the property, which didn't follow the property line. That one we're proposing to match. It's a short segment. We're gonna shift it to the property line and match the fence exactly on Third Street. The other one on the north side of the property, we're going to, it's not an exact match of the one on Third Street. It is still a more simple, smaller, minimal design. It's just a little different than the one we submitted and got approved last time.
Questions, comments from the commission? I do have questions for clarification. So for the north fence in front of the rectory, are we talking the fence shown on slide 5, page 5? That's what we're talking about?
So if you zoom out, the one on the top is the Third Street elevation with the big monumental cast stone piers at that spacing. The one on the bottom is what we're proposing, which has much shorter and skinnier stone piers and a much wider spacing. We're really just lining it up with where the new gate, we're proposing a new gate.
So the iron is the same. It's just your stone piers are going to be different.
And the spacing, there's less of the, you see the sort of more monumental iron intermittently along the way. There's 3 in that bottom elevation.
Right.
We have them spaced out wider as well, so there's less of them too. So it is more minimal.
The picket style is the same.
Correct, yes.
What was the previously approved fence look like?
Page 2.
You want it down?
Right.
So we had asked for the simplified version, so is it going back to a more fancy version?
Yeah, so to clarify that a little bit, I think the intention of the simplified version was we would like to have something on the Rectory Alley that differentiates itself and is less prominent than the Third Street facade. We proposed this one, as you know, we're well under construction on that property, and we underestimated the need to maintain a couple of those stone piers to allow the gate, as well as match a little bit more closely the aesthetic character of the campus.
And clarification, the Third Street side in front of the school, prior to the renovations, there was no fence there? There was a fence there.
There was since that.
Okay.
Which side?
Along Third Street. Yeah. It was. Okay.
That one's there.
And
And the rest of the fence was chain link.
right. Any questions or concerns with what's being proposed?
Basically, this is a slightly less ornate version of the main fence, but more ornate than the simple fence that had been previously.
Correct.
Item GV 2309-029-684 South Third Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second,
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to item number 5, GB-23-09-030, 839 South Fifth Street. Vote settled. If you please raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
What's your name for the record?
Lori Gunzelman, Gunzelman Architecture.
David Perry.
This is a variance recommendation. It's section 3332.0584, area district lot width requirements to reduce a lot width from 50 feet to 31.26 feet, which is an existing condition. It's section 3332.14 R2F area district requirements, reduce the lot area from 6,000 square feet required for a principal building to an actual existing lot area of 3,588 square feet and lot area of 2,929 square feet based on section 3332.18C, using a depth of 3 times the lot width. This is an existing condition. Section 3332.26C1E, minimum side yard permitted. To reduce the side yard, to reduce the north side yard of existing single-family dwelling from 3 feet to 0.8 feet or 10 inches. And to reduce the north side of the yard of the attached garage from 3 feet to 0.75 feet or 9 inches. And this is a garage renovation condition, a condition caused by the garage renovation. The staff analysis of the September business week, the commission asked for clarification on what was proposed and what was existing conditions. And requested staff verify the formatting of the third variance, which is section 3332.26C1E. Which staff has clarified with the office that this formatting with the 2 different measurements is okay. Staff recommendation, that staff recommends the commission recommend the variance recommendation as submitted. The basis for the recommendation is 311613, standard for site improvements A, and Durban Village guidelines for zoning variance on Route 139.
Anything else to add? Nothing? All right. Questions, comments from the commission?
I have no problem with the variance. Did we talk about fire requirements for that garage wall when it was in here for design?
Yes,
Okay, just checking.
it's an R rating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
It's been through the building process.
I just couldn't remember. That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
I'm going, okay, we're going to have 0.098 inches, and normally everybody's backed off because of fire ratings. Okay. That's the only reason I'm asking. Okay. Mr. Chairman, if there were no other comments on GB 2309-030, 839 South Fifth Street, I move to recommend the requested variances.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? Do we need to read those variances? Or do we read them in?
Certainly. This would be variance for section 3332.05, item A, item 4, area district lot width requirements. This will be for section 3332.14, R2F area district requirements for lot area. And this would be for section 3332.26, article C1E, minimum side yard permitted.
All right. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. Actually recommend.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Moving ahead to item number 6. You can do the same applicants, GB-23-09-031, 839 South Fifth Street. Let the record show the applicants are previously sworn in. Cool.
This is for an exterior building alteration to rebuild the porch foundation, to remove and rebuild the enclosed porch foundation. The foundation to be constructed with CMU with a waterproof membrane and to be parged to match the existing foundation per submitted drawings. Staff analysis of the September business meeting, the commission requested sandboard maps to be added to materials and requested the applicant provide some additional photos of the existing condition along the porch foundation. The applicant has provided additional photos and staff have provided sandboard maps. I will note the applicant emailed in additional photos, but weren't able to include them because of the timing. So I believe you may have those with you. The staff recommendation, that staff recommends approval, the nail clarifications to be submitted to HPO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of the certificate. The basis for staff recommendation is 311611, standards for alterations 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 10, and 11, and Durban Village guidelines for foundations 7, and Durban Village guidelines for porches and stoops 5.
All right. Anything else to add?
I do have some additional paperwork to share. This is basically locating the images, which I think helps explain the issue. That there basically is no foundation under the majority of the wall. There's like 3 modified, I would say, piers that were probably built at some point to kind of help jack everything out, but it's very poor condition, which is why the structural engineer is requiring this foundation to be built.
Thank you.
At the Sandbrook, is it right this predates 1951? It's hard to tell, but
I'm not sure about I believe that might have been a porch at some point that was enclosed.
Yeah, I'm looking
And I'm
at,
not sure about the existing house itself,
Okay,
when
you
that
can-
porch was added.
I'm looking at 839 and 1881, it's a smaller structure than 1921 and 51. I look at the pictures, I'm assuming even 21 has this as an addition.
Correct.
This. Yeah, footprint, it looks like a little one-story nub off the back is this piece here, and then somewhere along the line, this porch got added on and a piece got cut out right there, so. Was there any application to file on this property at all previously?
Not in regards to the porch. Except for I will say they did get approval for the rehabilitation of the property this year. So nothing like predating that.
Okay. I have sometimes been 51 and the start of the commission somewhere there. Maybe. Any questions, comments from the commission?
Chairman, if there are none on item GV 2309-031, 839 South Fifth Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving ahead to item number 7. GV-23-09-032, 774 South Sixth Street. You please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Sarah Head.
Thank you.
This application is for landscaping for a tree removal. To remove a large arborvitae tree in the front corner of the lot due to concerns of the structure of the fence. To plant hydrangeas or a small flowering bush, apologize for the typo in the agenda there, below the front 2 windows of the home. Replace the small portions of the garden bed with grass in the front, side, and back of home. It's also for an exterior building alteration, for paint, window boxes, and shutters. To add 2 window boxes to first floor windows in the west elevation, and to paint the window boxes Sherwin-Williams, SW 6258, tricorn black. Add 4 shutters, 2 sets to 2 windows at the front of the home. Paint the shutters Sherwin-Williams, SW 6258, tricorn black. Paint all exterior elements that are brown, including trim and downspout, Sherwin-Williams, SW 6258, tricorn black. To paint all exterior siding on the back of the house and garage, Sherwin-Williams, SW 7069, iron ore. And to remove the paint from the stone sills and lintels using a chemical stripper, and a test patch is recommended. Staff analysis at the September business meeting, the commission requested product specifications or drawings for shutters, and request the applicant confirm the shutters will be functioning. The applicant clarified the proposed shutter was a polypropylene material, and the shutter would measure 70 inches in length and 18 inches in width. HPO staff informed the applicant they being HPO staff, would not recommend the artificial material and suggest the applicant prepare a wood shutter for review at the hearing. Staff also requested measurements for the windows to ensure the shutters would be in the correct size. HPO staff would not recommend the use of the polypropylene shutters for properties in German Village. The applicant has provided a backup shutter that is made of pine to be reviewed by the commission. The window opening measures 69 inches tall by 31 inches wide. The proposed wooden shutter would be 15 inches in width. The wooden shutters would be 67 inches. I think both shutters would actually be 10 inches. I apologize for that.
Okay.
The wooden shutters would be 67 inches in height, and the polypropylene shutters are available in any height down to the inch, but not beyond the inch. Staff recommendations, the staff recommends approval with any all clarifications to be submitted to HPO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of a certificate with the following conditions. That condition being the applicant to select the wooden shutter of an appropriate size for HPO staff to review and approve prior to the issuance of certificate. The basis for staff recommendation is 311613, Standard for Site Improvements A. German Village Guidelines for Ornamentation, Trim Brackets, Hood Mold, Shutters, and Light Fixtures on page 76, as well as recommendation 2, 3, and 5.
Anything else to add?
Nope.
Questions, comments from the commission?
Were there window boxes on this house before?
I'm not sure. We bought it like a month and a half ago, so. But it does look like there were shutters for sure. With the hardware.
The only reason I ask is I know previously people have asked for window boxes, but if they had not previously been evidence that they were there,
Uh-huh.
we have not allowed it.
Okay.
just sticking on the topic of window boxes, I think my concern with window boxes in this application, in addition to there's no historic evidence of them being there, if we were to approve them, I'd be curious as to the method of mounting. Obviously, anything that gets affixed to a brick facade, any fastener should go to the mortar, not the brick.
Right.
With the decorative stonework, kind of have that relief, the two kind of vertical pieces.
Yep.
How the window box is going to relate to that, below the windowsill. We don't want to be on the windowsill.
Below was
Yeah.
the plan.
So it would be down below all of that stonework.
Yeah.
So basically sill plus a gap of what we show brick, and then you have the box below that.
Exactly.
Below the brackets. Decorative stone brackets.
I'm not sure how you get a box that's fit flush to the wall with brackets there.
Oh, I agree.
So I'm kind of leaning with Commissioner Durst of, is it appropriate in this instance?
We've usually said no.
I'll state that for the record, there is evidence of historic shutter hardware. So 9.999 times out of 10, when somebody wants to put shutters in the house, we don't approve it. But having the hardware shown and the hardware in the correct place for true operable shutters, I think is what is in your favor on this application. I personally agree with staff's comments about the material of the shutters.
Yeah.
I think it should be traditional wood shutters as opposed to a poly material.
Correct.
Without having the material here in front of us to look at, I couldn't rule for it.
Okay.
And the size of the shutters is exactly like half the window, so it actually
Right.
cover the whole window if actually used.
Yeah, so the window's 31.
Okay.
The opening is, yeah. And then it needs to be 15 inches wide, so.
The opening's 69, where are the shutters 67?
Sorry, what was the question?
If the opening is 69 inches, why are the shutters 67?
Might be like a lip on either end. I'm trying to remember why it's 67. I could move it to 69, because they have each inch available in length. I think I just wanted to be safe if there's any variances and like if the window's being level, with actually being able to close it, having a gap there.
You may have to have a carpenter describe them to fit.
Okay. Yeah,
Shave off the edge to.
right. Yeah, I feel like it's probably pretty rare that we would close them,
Yeah,
but we
but
can put them on the hardware
Yeah.
anyway, yeah.
And then for the commission, any issues with the large arborvitae coming down without a replacement?
I don't understand why it has to come down. Yeah,
So it's leaning against that fence that's in the front of the house right now, and so it's making the gate essentially inoperable because it keeps pushing that side of the fence forward. And so we've had to alter the gate a little bit so that it sits straight, but I think it'll just keep pushing it if it stays.
which was better picture evidence of that issue.
Of it leaning against.
Yeah, what the problem is, because there's nothing here there's nothing in your picture evidence to me that convinced me the tree has to go down.
Okay.
I'm not saying it shouldn't,
Yeah,
I would like some documentation of why.
could I send a follow-up image? Or is that?
I'm trying to think if we voting in favor or against without having the information to back up that vote, I think is problematic. I think, if anything, I think that item is best to be continued.
Okay,
Not saying we're for or against, it's just we need to get that information to look at and review. Apologies for not asking for that prior to this hearing, just didn't come to.
Didn't understand.
Yeah.
Check if I have a picture.
So I would say, just my gut feeling from hearing the conversation, I think there's agreement towards putting shutters on, provided the material is correct, sizing is correct.
Okay,
The window boxes, sound like there's definitely 2 against, which wouldn't give you the majority, that probably would not pass. And the tree fence issue, I'm not saying 4 against, we need more information. Any problem with the colors, painting, trim? You're none. So what we can do to get you, I guess the question is for you is, would you like us to split this to get you the approval on the shutters and the painting? And then we can put, either remove the planter boxes, or we can put the planter boxes with the tree, continue to the next hearing to let you get the photos for that tree. Is it,
I might actually have the photos, I just need to look through my gallery, but I'd be able to sit back down and show you the photos in a minute. Let's look.
we table, can come back to
Yeah.
it?
Yep.
Okay,
Okay,
do that.
thank you.
All right, do we need to vote to table it, or,
Oh, no, because it's still in the meeting.
okay,
We're tabling it for another meeting, which you wouldn't want to do.
okay. We'll just,
Just for the end of the agenda.
Yeah.
yep,
Thank you.
all right, so. we will-
Can you email those to them? So you can throw them up on the screen?
If she emailed it to me.
yes, we can make that work.
So if you could email those pictures, some email over here.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
that'll help a lot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, we'll move ahead to item 8, GV-23-09-033, 900 South Third Street. And if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name for the record.
Sue Flopper.
Thank you.
This is an exterior building alteration for a window replacement to replace 2 existing non-original, non-contributing casement windows. They're marked as window 7 and 8 on the window key. And to install 4 new 1/1 double hung windows paired with cased mullions to fit the brick opening. The windows read Marvin Ultimate aluminum clad wood exterior, wood interior windows, color to be gunmetal. Note, all of the other windows indicated on the window key were approved for replacement with GV-23-09-021. Staff analysis of the September business meeting, the commission had no request for additional information for the applicant. The staff recommends approval of all clarifications to be submitted to HPO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of the certificate. The basis for that recommendation is 311611, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 9. German Village Guidelines for Windows, 1, 2, 3, and 6.
Anything else to add? Questions? I have one question. Can you confirm that these Marvin Ultimate that you're proposing, these match the other replacements that were previously approved?
Yes.
Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, I do. Hang on a minute here.
Sure. Yeah, all questions.
This is on the corner of
Whittier and Third.
Whittier and Third.
Right.
So originally those 2 windows were going to be just retained.
They're just wider and shorter than all the other windows that we're replacing, so. Well, to put one double hung in it would seem odd.
That's my question. I don't think it is.
You don't think it's odd?
No, I'm looking at the front of the building. Same width windows. And I don't know if these are replacements or not. They're single pane with a transit over.
Those are not, okay, those were installed probably in the 50s or 60s. And they're wood
Yep.
and they're being maintained. And they'll be painted to match, but the proposal was for 2 double hung because it was thought that that would be an appropriate way to fill the spaces, especially because of the shape of the framing in the casements. And we're replacing all of the casements. But if you know, oh, well, I wish I could have done that.
The two windows on the side, and even the ones on the front are odd.
They are.
I don't even know if they're original masonry openings, to be honest with you.
I don't know about the 2 on the side. The 2 on the front, I'm sure they are not, because you can see that they
Yeah.
were changed.
Yeah,
These 2 have lintels and sills. There's not the same kind of brick variations that suggest they weren't the original openings.
there's some variation in the brick, but it could be just repair work.
Looking at the photo.
It almost looks like, from the side, if you flip back to that, of the 2 windows, the one that is eastmost may have been a door.
Yeah, if you look at the water table,
Yeah,
it looks like there was a sill there. If you look above the window lintels, you can see some brick patchwork that's narrower.
makes me think the window heads were higher.
Yeah, I think there used to be a door on the left, double hung window on the right,
Yeah.
of a narrower size to
Okay.
match the rest. So the fact that we don't have the original openings here, what's appropriate to go?
So that was where I was trying to get at, is the fact that I don't think these are original openings on this north side, so I think what's proposed is probably appropriate.
Appropriate too.
I just want to get.
Right.
I just realized that's an older picture, which is why the tree isn't so big that you can't see the windows.
Plenty how time works. Right, any other questions or concerns? If not, is there a motion?
I move on application number 8, GV-23-09-033, 900 South Third Street, to approve the application as submitted.
Second.
Question or motion? I'll just note that the evidence shows that they're not the original openings, and that the applicant as proposed is the appropriate application here. Right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you. Moving ahead to item number 9, GV-23-08-028, 79 East Casa. Once you're all settled, raise your right hand. Okay, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I
Do.
do.
Can you please state your name for the record? Kenneth Lloyd. Thank you.
Julie Bullock.
Thank you. Oh,
This is an exterior building alteration to enclose a porch. To enclose the rear south elevation porch for a modern conversion. The door is to be a therma-true glass door with transom. The exterior wall is to be plywood panels with a 1-inch molding and to have fixed sash transom windows in the west elevation. The existing column is to remain, and it'll have a beadboard ceiling. Staff analysis is an application was submitted for the enclosure of the rear porch at 79 East Coffin Street. At the August business meeting, the applicant was asked to provide a product specification sheet for both door and transom. The commission also requested a demolition plan for the existing porch and openings, and the commission requested staff provide relevant COAs and any sandborne maps. Staff did provide sandborne maps, photos from 2001, and 2001 COA for rebuilding the front and back porch elements. The works for the rear porch included replacing existing lattice and woodwork, replacing foundation of wood post, replacing 6x6 tongue and groove flooring, replacing wooden steps, installing a square spindle and rail, and painting all repaired and replaced wood. The following is from the now approved August 2023 GVC hearing minutes, commission comments. Commission indicated that the current porch design would require the creation of a new masonry opening in what is now exterior masonry. The design would be supported if the masonry opening was not created. Some commissioners felt the panels were appropriate because there was only a small amount of space to be enclosed with paneling, and the design would not have to include windows. Commissioners indicated that design is set behind the column, and most commissioners found the minimal enclosure to be appropriate. The applicant amended their design following the August hearing. The changes include the introduction of transom windows to the west elevation and a change in the interior layout as not to create an opening in what is currently an exterior masonry wall. At the September business meeting, the commission requested a section drawing through the panel that provided how the panel will be constructed and requested additional information on the thickness of the plywood panels. The commission also discussed the possibility of using hardy board for the porch. Staff recommendation that staff recommends approval with any other verifications to be submitted to HPO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of certificate with the following conditions, and the condition being the applicant to submit the door specification information to HPO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of a certificate. The basis for that staff recommendation is 31611.3, 11611 standards for alteration, 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And German Village Guidelines for porches and stoops, 1, 2, 3. German Village Guidelines for new constructions, entryways and porch enclosures, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Staff will also add the applicant did reach out via email, but staff didn't have time to respond for verifying what the commission was looking for at the business meeting. So that's why there's no follow-up from the applicant, which didn't have a chance to have the clarifying.
Sure. Anything else to add?
I don't think so. I think we've responded to your comments. My only question is, there was a comment that we could use the hardy board plywood.
Yeah, so,
I didn't know that was allowed, so
so we have not approved, hardy board planks, linear
Sure.
siding, but we found that the hardy board, sheet good, has, say,
it's a good project.
been appropriate and successful in some applications.
Okay,
The thickness and the installation method of that hardy board, there's some evidence that some installations, have started to kind of fail. So we definitely want the detail of the section identified. If you're gonna do hardy board, what thickness you put in there. In this case, you're showing just exterior plywood, which is okay. If you'd like to switch to hardy board, we want to know what thickness.
okay.
How that's
I need some clarification on that, because we'd approved the horizontal, but the panels have not been successful.
So we,
Because I thought some of it was still in testing, we never got around to.
the panels we have approved because Boral didn't make a sheet good.
Okay.
So a lot of times you see the panel in the board and batten. We have Boral battens and hardy board.
Okay. But I can think of two instances where we've got some kind of sheet goods that are falling apart bad.
I
And the
think that,
installation is poor.
and that's where, if we're gonna go non-plywood, if you wanted to go to a composite sheet good, I'd like more information on what that's gonna be.
Okay,
So we can try to figure out, get to the root of what's causing the poor
Yeah.
success of those installations.
yeah, that's my concern.
Okay, oh, yeah, I didn't think we were allowed to, so that's.
Yeah, we've got a couple that are really bad.
Well, I mean, we definitely want smooth too.
Yeah.
If you stick with plywood, you've got no problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we'll probably just stick with plywood. Yeah. It's easier to work with too, I think.
yeah, it doesn't break and it cuts easier.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I will say,
Thanks.
thank you for the changes you made.
Yeah,
Definitely did everything that we had issued, so I appreciate that.
All right, thank you.
you know,
Do you have any questions?
Any other questions or comments?
if there are none, Mr. Chairman, GV 2308-028, 79 Coxwell Street, I move to approve as submitted and thank you for the revisions.
Second.
All those, or any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you.
We want to jump back to items, we get to vote by item 7?
We did, yes.
Go ahead, take care of that real quick. Come back up to the table.
Yeah, thank you.
Let the record show, we'll come back to item 7, GV-23-09-032 774 South 6th Street. Let the record show the applicant is previously sworn in.
So there's one more that's closer. Yeah.
trees kind of leaning, pushing, fence pushing and moving the post pushing the gate out.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
So I guess the question for us is if taking the tree down, usually we look for a replacement to replace the tree. It's not a shade tree, so that usually comes into play. Is there a desire on the commission's side for a replacement tree, or do we think that one can just come down as is?
I think it should be replaced. I think it should be replaced in something that's got the same kind of massing. Not necessarily height, but significant tree.
Mhm.
But I agree, it's not gonna get any better. It's just gonna do more damage.
Exactly.
Thanks for the pictures.
Yeah.
With that said, I think we have buy-in for paint, buy-in for the shutters, buy-in for the tree removal on the condition that a tree goes back in its place.
Okay.
I think you can submit that tree choice to staff if you're willing to amend the application to include the tree replacement.
Okay.
Would you like to remove the window boxes from the application?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I think that's everything we need for vote.
Yep, so on item, Mr. Chairman, item GV 2309-032-774 South Sixth Street, I move to approve the submittal as amended with the removal of the flower boxes, the revision of the shutter material to pine, to the revision of 15 inches by 69 inches for each shutter leaf. And I think that's it.
And the replacement tree.
And a replacement tree, thank you.
Mhm.
That selection just provide us staff.
Okay.
Yeah, of massing volume that would, again, reflect the tree that was there.
Okay.
But back from the fence.
Right. Okay.
And I'll just make one comment, if you choose that you like wood shutters and you decide that pine's not the option you want to go with, a different wood species might be something you want to go with.
Mhm.
Let staff know that could probably be an easy staff approved material change. There's some folks don't like the new growth pine that's out there for long-term maintenance.
And I'll just comment, there is other materials, probably more expensive,
Mhm.
but will last a lot longer than what your typical pine,
Okay.
new growth pine will last.
Okay. Any recommendations on that?
I can give you one, but you don't want to pay for it.
Okay. Okay. All right,
They're
thanks.
out there.
Yeah. Talk to a millwork guy.
Okay.
You don't have to use them, but he'll give you advice.
Thank you.
Is there a motion? We have the motion.
Yep.
Is there a second? You got a second? Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you very much.
But I do install.
Moving ahead to item number 10, GV 23 06 54 Whittier Street. You settled, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Cindy Richmond.
Thank you very much.
This is an exterior building alteration for changes to an approved design. The garage repair was initially approved as GV 21 11 025. Rebuild the wall to match the existing condition. The application has been amended since previously reviewed, so now the application is to install architectural salvage door and a new Marvin Ultimate picture window on the east elevation. The door to be custom milled to match previously removed door. To replace the bottom 3 rows of smooth CMU with rock face CMU to match the original, utilizing salvage material, and to paint the exterior Sherwin-Williams SW 6700 Date Creek. Staff analysis of the project came to staff attention during a site visit for a different property. The applicant mentioned a question regarding the approval for stamping block to capture historic appearance for a property. Staff identified the differences between the approved design and the work that was completed, and suggests the applicant return to the commission. The following is from the approved June 2023 GVC hearing minutes, commissioner comments. Commissioners discussed the requirement to restore the door and the window to the garage. They recommended architectural salvage to find a similar door, but a solid core door could be used with trim added to build the historic appearance. Commissioners commented that if it appears the reason for being short on brick may have been due to the infill of the historic openings during the reconstruction of the wall. At the September business meeting, the commission asked for clarification on what the intent was for the top courses to remain a different color than the middle block. requested the proposed paint color and requested more photos of close-ups of the block face, showing the different types of block. The applicant provided information on the blocks, photos of block face, and proposed paint color for the block wall. Staff recommendation that staff recommends approval and all clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of a certificate. The basis for staff recommendation is 311611. Standards for alterations 1, 3, 5, 9, and 10. 311613, standard for site improvements A. And Durban Village Guidelines doors from 2005 amendments. Just stating the door opening should not be filled or altered.
Anything else to add?
Nope.
Questions, comments from the commission?
Really fancy door.
It's only $125.
Wow.
Yeah, architecture salvage, they're good.
Would you go visit them?
I will make one comment. Looking at the previously existing condition prior to all the work,
Yes,
that bottom course was smooth, probably parked, it looks like. Your application now is basically showing to put the split face all the way to grade. In my opinion, and but leave up the other commissioners to comment, I would be okay leaving that bottom course
and it's smooth and
flat
just.
CMU and just put a barge over it, save a little bit of work, help keep more brick being used in case there's any breakage. But other commissioners who disagree, they think no.
I don't know when that happened,
But
why the bottom course got replaced. Guessing because of water fell apart. I'm gonna get, yeah, there.
that's,
So I think within the guidelines, that's appropriate if they want to do it, if they want to restore it to what it was, as you're showing, I think that's appropriate to do.
either way,
Either.
let us know which one you want. Make sure the application shows that.
Okay.
I've got a problem with the way. The painting, is the intent to paint the entire surface, all the block?
Yes, based on historical pictures we found, all the front face was the same color at one point, which is what that middle section color is now. So that daybreak, I think, is the closest match we could get to what that original yellow color was that was painted. If you look at some of the close-up pictures, you'll see that it's the paint peeling, cracking off of the block.
So the salvage block that's currently there is currently painted that color.
Yes, it seems like what happened in the original work that was done, those two top rows, I think they took them out of the bottom. They cleaned them all off and then put them back in.
Okay. I was concerned that's the natural color of the stone.
No,
Now
that's.
paint over. Okay, that was my concern.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments?
So we're gonna provide the option.
I'm okay with the option either way, because I think both are appropriate.
Okay.
As long as you tell staff what you're gonna do before you do it, so
Definitely.
it gets into the final application.
Yep.
Okay. On GV 2306-038, 54 East Whittier Street, I move to approve as amended with the option to be approved by staff prior to construction of the bottom course being restored to what probably was original material or to the original parch type block that was there. Still means you're gonna have to take a course out.
I'm sorry?
Still means you're gonna have to take a course out. The parch type originally was less than what's been replaced.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll have our contractor take care of all that and make it restored to what it originally looked like.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any question on the motion? Paul, you good with the motion amendments?
Just to clarify, they have the option of, for the bottom two courses to be parched or to be the new rock face CMU, is that correct? Okay.
Yep.
Then yes, okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you very much. Moving ahead to item number 11 was withdrawn. Item number 12, GV-23-06-029, 307 East Columbus. Please raise your right hand. Please swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and the truth. Please state your name for the record.
Charlie Shutter.
Thank you. Oh,
This is an exterior building alteration to enclose 3 windows and 1 door. This application is response to a code violation. That code violation number is 23444000002. The work has been completed. To enclose 3 windows, 1 on the east elevation 3rd floor, 1 on the east elevation 2nd floor, and 1 on the west elevation 3rd floor. To enclose 1 door on the east elevation in the front of the home. Staff analysis, the following is taken from the, now it should say approved, GVC June 2023 hearing minutes. Commissioner comments. Commissioners commented on the need to restore the historic openings. Openings can be covered from the interior, but the openings and windows need to be retained and expressed on the exterior. The drywall from the interior would need to be painted black. At the July hearing, the commission briefly discussed the application as new business when the applicant spoke at the hearing. The commission and staff confirmed with the applicant that action was required to be placed on the August agenda. The applicant said that they had approval in the form of a permit from a different office in the city of Columbus. However, the permit was issued in error without a certificate of appropriateness. The commission explained approval was still required from the Durham Village Commission. At the September business meeting, the commission had no additional comments or requests for information. HBO staff recommends retaining the windows and doors and drylining over the interior to maintain the original historic openings. Staff recommendation is that staff recommends to continue the application to allow time for the applicant to create a design that better aligns with guidelines and code. The basis for that recommendation is 311611, standards for alteration 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12. German Village guidelines for windows 1, 2, 3, and 6. And German Village guidelines for entries and the doors 1 and 7.
anything else to add?
Basically, the July meeting and August meeting, he was supposed to come to the July meeting and couldn't make it, and then I was gonna come to the August meeting, and my wife actually went into labor that day, but, I'm glad I'm here now. But as far as it getting approved by the city of Columbus and those plans, that's when we moved forward. The exterior was done, windows were thrown out, they were old wood rotted windows. But just the way the owner left it with me and wants me to speak on his behalf is just unhappy with that it got approved and now there's a possibility that he might have to, open that back up and buy material to put back in it.
Questions, comments of the commission?
Fortunately, they're historic, should not have been taken out. Even though the building department was in there. Building departments make mistakes, it's still the homeowners or the professional provider's responsibility to make sure that things are in compliance. I'm gonna say the windows are gonna go back in.
Okay. What is he's probably gonna try and go against that. What is the operator, what is the standard procedure for that?
We can deny the application to leave it alone. He can then appeal it on financial reasons,
Financial hardship.
Right.
We can't take, per our process procedures, we can't take financial consideration into account on the first hearing. It's something that can be brought on a second hearing. Staff can give you more information of the specific process, but if we deny an application, it opens up the door of 3 paths. 1, come back to us on appeal. Financial hardship is one of those cases you can use, and there's a whole procedure of what constitutes financial hardship. The second option is you go to the Board of Commission Appeals to get their ruling, to overrule our ruling. And the third option is mediation. Staff can walk through all those options and choose which one is best for the client. So the other option is we amend the application to put the windows back and approve it, and everybody walks forward.
Yeah.
How would you like us to proceed?
He wants you to go ahead and vote.
Okay, do that.
All right.
On item GV 2306-029, 307 East Columbus Street, I move to approve the application as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? All those against? Abstains, against has it, motion is denied. Grounds for denial, CC 3116.11, item 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. German Village guidelines for windows, notes 1, 2, 3, 6. And German Village guidelines, entrances and doors, notes 1 and 7, all outlined in the staff report. So, staff will get with you, give the staff, I'll let you the ruling documentation, and they can take the next step.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, on to item 13, GV-23-08-029, 838 City Park Avenue. We already did that one. Item number 14, GV-23-08-0819 Mohawk. Once you're settled, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name for the record.
Kelly Wingert.
Thank you.
This is an exterior building alteration to remove chimneys, to remove 2 chimneys from the north elevation roof, and to roof over the location of those removed chimneys. The staff analysis is at the August business meeting. The commission asked the applicant for the reasons the chimney were proposed for removal and requested any historical photos or history of the chimneys. The applicant provided the information that because they lead to nothing inside of the attic and are major leak points. The building has a total of 5 chimneys that come to the roof. We're only trying to remove 2 chimneys that stand roughly 1 foot off the roof deck. And the applicant did provide an additional photo. Staff checked the files and there are no COAs for chimney work. We did provide photos from 1975, 1991, and 1995 showing the chimneys at their current height. HPO staff would not support the removal of the chimneys as they are a defining architectural feature. HPO staff would support rebuilding the chimney to be the same height as the rest of the chimneys. The following is from the now approved August 2023 TBC hearing minutes. Commissioner comments. Commission indicated they would likely not support the removal of the chimneys. When the chimneys are removed, the historic reference and evidence of the chimneys is erased. To prevent leaking, the commission would encourage maintenance of the existing chimneys or for the chimneys to be rebuilt to their historic size. The commission provided that they cannot compel the applicant to restore the chimneys to full height, only preserve them at their existing height. At the September business meeting, the commission had no request for additional information from the applicant. The staff recommendation that the staff recommends the commission offer feedback and continue the application to allow time for the applicant to amend their design to be more in line with German Village guidelines and city code. The basis for staff recommendation is Rule 1611, standards for alteration 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 12. And German Village guidelines, page 108, the quote on elements of the roof being important design considerations.
Anything else to add?
We're gonna go ahead and move forward with trying to relay those chimneys to the height that they are currently. They may end up going 1 brick higher only for flashing purposes.
I've got no problem with that.
No.
Any questions or comments, concerns?
So is that amending the application?
Yes.
Yes, we can do that.
No other comments? On item GV 23-08-030-819 Mohawk Street, I move to approve the application as amended, that the existing chimneys will be extended sufficient heights to allow appropriate flashing and cap.
Yes, I think we're probably looking at with the back side of that, because that's almost like dead on the roof. I may end up having to go, 1, 2 brick over top of what's there, but probably no more than that.
Yep,
I think
that's good.
All right.
I think we would to go to the full original height if you want to.
No.
1, 2, 3.
I just don't want the darn thing to
Do what
leak.
you gotta
So,
do.
No, we get it. And we don't want to remove, so we're,
no, I still say that they should be removed, but I'll follow your guidance.
we think they should be rebuilt, so.
a quarter away. All right, is there a second?
Second.
Any question on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you, appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Moving on to agenda item number 15, GB 23 08 031, 819 Mohawk Street, same property as the previous application. New applicants, you both please raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, but the truth.
I do.
Thank
Mark Hours, Moen Architects.
you.
G. Michaels Reams, the owner.
This application is for landscaping for an outdoor patio to install a new fenced-in patio per the submitted site plan. Staff analysis at the August business meeting, the commission was asked to provide information on how the fence will connect to the brick pavers in the building if applicable. It was clarified previously that is concrete, not brick outside the building. And if the dining will be seasonal. Staff was asked to provide any city constraints on outdoor dining. The applicant provided that the fence will connect to concrete sidewalk, and the connection from the fence to be concrete will consist of 4-inch square, a 1/4-inch thick attachment plates with 4 removable lag bolts similar. The fence will remain year round, but furniture will be moved indoors seasonally. The applicant also provided their application materials for the sidewalk dining, and provided the city's outdoor dining requirements and restrictions. The commission has previously approved permanent outdoor seating areas. This does state an example from 2626 4th Street, that was clarified at the August hearing that is within the property lines and not in the public right of way. But the COA included the installation of a 3-foot wrought iron fencing anchored into the existing concrete sidewalk to create a 320 square foot outdoor seating area, which again is within the property lines of that property. The following is from the now approved August 2023 GBC hearing minutes, commissioner comments. The commissioners commented that similar patios in the right of way are seasonal patios where fences are removed seasonally. Commissioners had a preference the dining area be removed seasonally. Some commissioners commented the design did not seem appropriate for German Village due to the concerns over pedestrian traffic. The design is not respectful of pedestrian conditions. Some commissioners provided suggestion that more dining to the east side of the curb where pedestrians move through the tables would be a better design. If the design were seasonal, tables could be up against the curb. The fence style is appropriate and acceptable, but more detail for how it will be anchored would be helpful. Commissioners supported the choice of furnishings and the red and brown color. The applicant requested to be placed on the September agenda and provided some additional information. At the September business meeting, the commission requested information on if the increased seating for the outdoor patio area will require a change in the required parking spaces for the property. The applicant clarified there is no additional parking requirements, as parking is the city's property and in the ROW. Or right of way. The applicant provided a letter sent from the owner to neighboring residents and some email feedback from residents. Staff recommends the commission discuss the fence addition as a permanent alteration to landscape property as it is not proposed to be removed seasonally. And staff recommends approval with any other clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of certificate. The basis of the staff recommendation is 311613, standards for site improvements A, German Village guidelines for fences and walls 2. And we have received 2 emails of public comment that request to be read at the hearing, but I will give it to you. So.
Turn it over to the applicants, then we'll read the emails in and let the applicants respond and the commission ask questions from there. What's yours?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So after the last meeting, we did do an alternative scheme, trying to look at moving the tables closer to the curb. We shared that with the city right-of-way department. We received a response from them that they would not be supportive of such a design. They listed 3 specific reasons, saying that the fencing would need to be at least 24 inches from the back of the curb, that the walk zone for the remaining sidewalk would likely become too restricted for the dining area, and that they didn't believe the state liquor board would be in support of a configuration like that. So we are back today asking for reconsideration, knowing that this is the city's property. This is the city's ADA guidelines that drives these designs in terms of fence configurations. There were a couple other concerns too beyond the layout, the seasonality. With this not being a brick condition, it's not really easy for us to put some sort of sleeve in the sidewalk and make this come and go. The city's also not in support of us coring the city sidewalk to make a sleeve to do that. And the fencing manufacturer is not recommending that we do something that's freestanding because the amount of slope and the amount of configuration that we would need to make for the fence to make it look right, to get it level. So To that extent, I don't think it's appropriate for us to be able to take the fence up and put it down. With respect to that, I think we've agreed that we can take the furnishings away and store them when they're not in use. I have a copy of the city right-of-way letter too, if you all would like to see a copy of it.
I think we have that email in the one right there.
Yes, correct.
I'll go ahead and read in the two emails that staff provided, and then we'll open up to commission, and we'll go from there. So the first email is from, which is this name? Calix Jace. Good morning. Received a letter today about the Old Mohawk Restaurant wanting to make permanent sidewalk seating, as well as sidewalk blocking fencing seating for alcohol service. As I'm physically unable to attend the next meeting due to surgery recovery, I want to put our family's opinion on the table as early as possible as we live diagonally across from the restaurant. This is horrendous. We need to keep inside as originally intended. This is also a time to address other issues. I'd like to say that we are sick and tired of their trash truck coming at 3 to 4 in the morning. It used to come later so as not to wake everyone up, but returning to the new schedule is ridiculous. We rarely get proper sleep because of it. We would also like to ask that the residents on the street receive one designated street parking spot if they don't have a garage or driveway to park in, as the restaurant traffic prevents us from parking in front of our house 9 out of 10 times. We end up having to park multiple blocks down or 2 or more streets away. And hauling groceries aside from that distance is an Olympic sport for those of us who are disabled. We love living in the German village, but putting the businesses before the residents has never and will never be okay. Thank you, Franklin residents. Email number 2 is from Matthew Glazier. To German Village Commission, case GB 2308-31. I would like to express my support for the Old Mohawk's proposal to construct a permanent outdoor dining space. My house is within close proximity, and it has been a pleasure to see patrons of the restaurant enjoying and contributing to the atmosphere of Mohawk Street. The Old Mohawk staff has properly maintained the existing patio on a daily basis. I have not heard of nor witnessed any issues with overly loud patrons, and I have not noticed increased demand for on-street parking. I appreciate the owner's work to inform the adjacent neighbors of the proposed plan through several letters that I personally received. I strongly support the approval of the permanent patio space and look forward to the implementation. Sincerely, Matthew Ledger, 188 East Coast. So with that, I'd like to respond to anything in those letters first before we open up to the commission.
I'd like to say something if I could, please. Sure. In reference to, I believe, one negative response that I've heard this evening, I haven't heard anything negative. My immediate neighbors on the right, on the left, on Mohawk, and directly behind me, of all, as you've seen, submitted emails of support. I had at least 8 neighbors, direct neighbors, all volunteer to come this evening in support to speak. I declined. I said, thank you very much. I appreciate the support. I didn't want them to take time out of their day. It's overwhelming support. All I'm proposing here is to do the exact same thing we've done for the last 3 years. And we do serve alcohol. The noise level is nothing, as you've seen in the emails of the support. We close at 9 o'clock on Sunday, Monday, and 10 o'clock the rest of the week, Friday and Saturday. We're not a late operation. We're actually going to be 2 seats less than what we have had the last 3 years. I'm not proposing to do a 40-seat patio on the current lot that I own, the adjacent double lot, that all grass area, because that would be a problem for traffic, noise, parking. I am very neighborhood friendly. When I received the letter last month from the gentleman, which I didn't, he gave one to every other neighbor but myself, the neighbors ran down to me to show it to me. That was the first I heard about the trash coming early in the morning. Nobody said anything to me. My door's always open. The restaurant's open. My office door's never closed. My email, phone number. I immediately got on the phone and rectified the problem. So that has been fixed. If I don't know about something, I can't handle it. I'm about as neighborhood friendly as you could get. You know, I was the founder of G. Michael's Bistro. I owned 185. I had 3 restaurants at the time in the village. I lived in the village 18 years. I love German Village. And all I can say is, like I said, I'm not trying to propose a huge patio on the side. I'm just trying to entail what we've been doing for the last 3 years. And it's just been with overwhelming support. So I just makes me feel good. Not to be long-winded, but sorry.
It's all good.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add an additional comment, this is a right-of-way program. It's a lease program with the city of Columbus. So your purview here is design. There are enforcement mechanisms. If this were to become a nuisance, the city could revoke the lease. There are ways in which the city could do something about this. I don't think this is you're not being asked to write a blank check here. I hope that's clear too. Questions?
One of those
comments?
issues not our purview anyway.
So the current patio that you have right now, it's like got more tables and chairs than what you're proposing.
It's 20 seats. What's proposed is 18. And it'll be much more included with the village because of the wrought iron. They just put a new fence in directly diagonally across from me, and it's beautiful, and we're going with that. We're not cheaping out. It's gonna,
So is the major difference by putting everybody within the fence is that then you're allowed to serve alcohol outside?
we serve alcohol we have the last 3 years.
So what's changed?
What's changed is, sir, on January 1st, we have to go back to the original pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
They
okay.
dropped that.
That's what's changed.
Yes, sir. So that's why we're proposing this now. I'm trying to get ahead of it so I can have the construction hopefully done, if everything goes well, by next spring, so I don't miss a season. Trying to get ahead of the ball, but that's correct, sir.
First, I prefer the city to make it permanent, but
What's that?
make the pandemic seating permanent personally.
Oh, yeah. In New York, they have.
Can't force that. Questions, comments from the commission regarding what's been.
Two things for me, as long as that southeast corner is cut off like that and not enclosed so people can get around it easily.
Yes.
That was my big objection last time. I don't know if that was there or not, but it's pedestrian friendly. Number two, I still wish you guys would take this down seasonally. We've got Beckman's doing, or Chapman's doing it.
Chapman's has a brick sidewalk.
I know
though.
they do.
Theirs is a lot easier to do. I'm not aware of a way that we could detail this easily. We went to Fortin Iron Works. We asked them for their opinion on how to do this. Their only solution for it to be able to go up and go down easily was for it to be freestanding. And I don't like that idea.
But what if the posts were more freestanding but deeper dimensionally?
We would need big feet on it though. And then it's got this issue of like, do patrons start to slide it around? And then how do we convince the city that we're holding their ADA dimensions?
Just weight it down.
My
problem is that they look god awful from when they're not occupied to when they're occupied again. I would rather see you leave the furniture out there, to be honest, over the winter. So at least it looks like something that happened.
Opposed to that.
No, I'm not opposed to that.
That's just my opinion.
Well, sir, I'd be happy also to decorate it Christmas style with the furniture out there.
That's fine. It's just,
I understand what you're saying.
it's such a walled off space that nobody can use. You can't use it because of the weather. Nobody else can use it. It's just taking up sidewalk space. It's just a nuisance at that point.
I'd be
It
happy.
takes it down. Well, Club 185, I mean, there's not even a good looking railing up there. And it sits there. Granted, 6th Street is on their property. All the other ones are on their own property. So that's my only issue.
Well, I wouldn't be opposed.
Any other questions, comments? Concerns? Hearing none. Hear a motion?
On GB 2308-031, 819 Mohawk Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Question on the motion? I don't think we can compel the applicant to keep furniture. I think.
Oh, no.
It's a recommendation.
Definitely not.
Department. Right, no further question on the motion. All those in favor? Aye. Against?
Pass.
Abstains? Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate your time,
Thank you.
everyone. Moving on to item number 16, GB-23-08-033, 786 Yeager Street. You please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And please state your name for the record.
Tori Ernest.
Thank you.
This is an exterior building alteration to install a new garage door, to remove the existing garage door and to install a new garage door. The door is to be one of the two proposed doors as submitted by applicant. The door to be manufactured color white. door measuring 14 feet by 7 feet. Staff analysis. In 1988, the garage was approved for painting as GB-88-7-38. In 2019, as GB-19-06-37. The garage door was approved for replacement, but it does not appear the door was replaced at that time. At the August business meeting, the commission had no comments or requests for information. Staff requested the applicant confirm the paint or finish color of the garage door. The applicant clarified that they would like to select manufacturer white finish for the door. At the August hearing, the application was continued due to the applicant's absence. At the September business meeting, the commission requested a close-up photo or bring a chip sample of the finished material for the garage. That is not the coachman, as the coachman had been previously reviewed by the commission. Staff recommendation that staff recommends approval with any all clarifications to be submitted to HPO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of the certificate with the following condition. And the condition that the Clopay coachman is the chosen door, as it has been verified to have a smooth finish, with the paint color or paint chip color swatch provided to HPO staff. The basis for that recommendation is 301-1611, tables for alteration, 1, 2, 9, 10, and 12, and German Village guidelines for garage and outbuildings, 1, 2, and 3.
Anything else to add? Questions, comments from the commission?
So which door are we getting in this? I see one that's Coachman Premium Series, which is 4 panels above and several panels below, and then there's one door number 2.
Yeah. So the door number 2 was the other option that the company gave me that's less expensive. And so I brought the brochure with me that they provided me.
So this application is for 1 or 2?
It's for either one that I can actually get approved. I was here
Oh,
in 2019 and the only approval that I could get was for a wooden door. And I don't want a wooden door.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll put out there that we have approved the coachman before. There's examples of that. I think it's been a good product so far in the field, installed in the field. I have not seen the gallery steel door out there. I'd love to take a look at that. Typically what we're looking for alternative materials is finish. I should figure for the earlier applications, talking about faux grain versus smooth and everything else. Understanding, that's why we were looking like the chip sample of what that finish is gonna be. Pictures don't really do it justice.
I went with this company because this is what I was told had been previously approved. He gave me the 2 estimates. Obviously, I would choose the least expensive of them if I had the option. The color of the current door is no longer available from Sherwin-Williams.
I'm not worried about the color of the door personally. Just not bright yellow, not pink.
I was just gonna go with white.
From my perspective, if you select the coachman, I've got no problem with it. If it's the other one, I think we need to have the material sample to see what that finish looks like to be able to approve that door.
Okay.
So
I'll just go with the coachman, just 'cause I don't want to come back.
You need to say what we approved.
What was the question?
I was commenting that what we approved earlier, that's some texture.
the other one, that was before.
Yeah, the one you could, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, my comment is we're so over the place about garage doors. But the panel system is, we've got ones with translucent panels and aluminum frames. So, I mean,
Of the 7 doors that are on my alley, there is one that is wood. There is one that is steel with a wood overlay, and all the others are just steel. And some of them are textured and some of them are not. And I had previously submitted photos of all of those other doors.
I think that's what Matt's getting to, is his point is, it's Wild West out there. His take is.
if it got really out there, I would object, but
Yeah.
I think within some cloud of conformity.
So could that one be approved without seeing it, given the previous approval?
I agree with Anthony. I don't want it any more, I don't think it would be any more textured than the one we approved earlier. I just wouldn't want to make sure it wasn't anymore.
I'm just looking at this here, and it looks like there's a series of textures, some being very popcorn looking,
Right.
and that's why I need to have that physical sample to identify.
What's currently on the door is textured.
It's got that faux, a little bit of faux wood grain on there, yeah.
Yeah.
So that, and we've had a conversation before about some applications that had the kind of popcorn dimply look effect. There's some out there that are very popcorn, some are very minimal. I think there's a line in there somewhere. But like I said, if I was gonna approve a door that I have not seen before, I want to see that physical sample first. I'm okay approving the coachman now. If you want to continue to get that sample piece to go for the second one, we can. I know you want to get an answer and move forward. That's where I'm at personally.
This has been 4 years, so.
Yeah. Go with Coachman?
Sure.
All right, GV 2308-033, 786 Yeager Street. I move to approve the, application as clarified as the Coachman model.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you.
If you feel you get the win, you want to change, you can always come back and apply the other one.
Well, considering that the door currently isn't usable.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
so it-
Fair.
Go for it.
We'll be able to keep this.
You absolutely can. Thank you.
Would the commission support a brief break?
Sure, sure.
We're about halfway through now.
Sure. We'll take a 5-minute break, or, yeah, 5 minutes good to go?
It's.
Reconvene at 6 p.m. So it's big with my windows. Love shirt and bouncing everything, lectures. Other exotic foods, the hardwoods that I think.
I know that recommended just one, yellow pine. For him, he said that was the best, not for the sills, but can replace the one sills are gone. I've got some side stuff to do, but he said mahogany for the sills, but he said for the sashes, he said good yellow pine is good.
As long as your sills. It was last night, a lot of places have flat sills. Yeah. If you get the proper slope, the water can shift off and get away. The pool is your shot.
Yeah.
Douglas fir, I'm hearing is good. It's the grain density of the old pine.
Yeah.
So I think there's, and I'm finding companies out there, one company, that's basically taking old methods, old details. Get still using like putty glazing.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm doing.
To get the thermal barrier performance, instead of having the butyl seals double pane, they do it's Pilkington, because it's used edge on glass to give you that.
Oh, yeah.
I also found a wood storm window manufacturer that will send you a wood storm window. It can fixed place, storm or screen, or combination of two. Also, you can also buy just, you get the wood pieces shipped to you loose the second.
I have them on those, I make up storms and I came across a YouTube, it was incredible. The R value of single place, single unipane, I think they call it, glass, the old type is 1. Thermal pane is 2. You compare that to the overall
Percentage of the total aspect.
yeah, it's nothing.
And the house out here with exposed brick, with isolations, you're getting maybe 2 to 3 bags, so you're not.
Are you aware of that?
I saw. So separations.
Walls have been reposed, from boys. Jonathan, Michael, John Center, with his structural engineer, which sits, hasn't moved, no problem. When they sold the house,
So yeah.
that was off inspection there, they said this is a problem, they had to negotiate price. Because they still got what they asked for, so I don't know what that issue was, but anyway. We hired him.
Just a construction.
Jamie is trying to see this. It's not your restoration.
I didn't go from it at all. It's coming out. I saw it. I saw it. Yeah, it was off.
Yeah.
Straight out of that.
I heard the saw fire up and went out and looked. It's all, yeah, I mean, you can see the back of the barrel.
We did it years.
I'm gonna call Jim. This is not. I tried to go away, asked what means, he said, well, they're doing maintenance, and I didn't say anything, because I said, this is not maintenance. It's demolition and reconstruction. They don't even block conditions or rebuild it. Is it to reuse the brick that they've taken out? I have no idea. I'll call Jamie. No, yeah, maintenance is maintained, not demolish.
Maybe because it was approved as a feminist thing, just that it wasn't that honest. People wasn't stating. Oh, I gotta.
But I asked the guy, I said, do you have a CEO? He goes, well, we got all the paperwork. He did. I called. I said, he said 622, that's since 2019. Then they said, well, they talked to Jamie and Jamie approved it. That's, did I tell you that?
I will, the code enforcement officer relayed that message to us.
Yeah. How far the house is gone? They've come back and covered it.
I'm gonna review the next one. We're back. It is 6:01 PM. We're gonna go ahead and move on to application number 17, GB-23-09-034, 363 Jackson Street. I need to recuse myself of that paper.
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name, please.
Mason Kenny with Kenny Landscape.
Thank you, sir.
This is a landscaping and hardscaping application to install a new bluestone patio in the rear yard per submitted landscape plan. To install a round bluestone patio in the rear yard with a 6-foot radius. To install a new brick walkway in the rear yard per submitted landscape plan. All hardscape to install an open grade base with number 57 limestone and number 9 limestone as the bedding materials, and polymeric sand in between the joints. To install a 12-inch tall retaining wall along the back of the yard, install a 6-inch tall retaining wall in the front yard along the fence line, both walls to be Indiana limestone. To plant English ivy, Japanese holly, panicle hydrangea, hosta, feathered reed grass, lily turg, boxweed, cranesbill, blue star creeper, flowering dogwood, ski pencil holly, and other plantings per submitted landscape plan. Staff analysis at the September business meeting, the commission requested the applicant provide a sketch or rendering of what the wall across the front will look like, and for the applicant to verify if the wall was intended to replace or rebuild behind the existing stone wall. The applicant clarified the proposed wall is to replace the existing wall. The wall is to be 6 inches tall and material is to be Indian limestone. Staff recommendation that staff recommends approval with any clarifications to be submitted to HPO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of certificate. The basis for that recommendation is 311613, stands for site improvements A. Durban Village guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots 1, 2, and 4.
Thank you. Anything to add?
No.
I'd like some clarification on what this wall is at the fence in front. Indiana limestone, 6 inches high. Tell me more.
Yeah, it's just that, it's to replace the wall that's
Yep.
there right now. It's gonna be 8 inches deep, and then they're 2-foot lengths,
Okay.
and they're 3.5 inches tall. We buried one course underneath, so it'll be like 6 to 7 inches tall.
So it's 3 courses?
There's 3 courses total.
Okay. And it's dry laid or,
Dry laid.
okay. Makes a difference. And it's dressed limestone or is it,
It's just limestone,
is it
Indian
like field,
limestone.
not fieldstone, but limestone?
No, limestone.
Okay.
Yep.
And I'm gonna say it's dressed, it's
It's rock faced on the front.
rock faced on the front, but the top is, okay.
Yeah, it's flat.
All right, I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Other comments? Chris, are you good?
And the retaining wall just replaces what was there
Yeah.
It was actually dry lake fieldstone,
as well, okay.
pretty much the same thing. For no comments, is there a motion?
I move on application GB 23 09 034 363 Jackson Street to approve the application as submitted. The clarification that the retaining wall will be dressed limestone, dry laid, similar to the original.
Second,
Second.
all those in favor?
Uh,
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
When you leave, if you would ask the chairman to come back in,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Going up the walk.
Go back.
Stage.
I just need to accuse myself of this one.
All right, moving on to item number 18, GB 23 09 035 1050 Yeager Street. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Joe Whitcomb.
Thank you. Cool.
This is an exterior building alteration to change it to an approved design. To modify the exterior siding choice for the second floor to be boral to exterior cup Dutch lap. To match the first floor, the second floor was previously approved to be a boral through exterior batten, board and batten. I previously approved 1x6 boral through exterior trim board separating the first and second floor will remain. Paint and siding on both floors, soffit and flashing Sherwin-Williams iron ore. Previously approved for two colors, the first floor to be Sherwin-Williams SW 7164 peppercorn, and second floor to be Sherwin-Williams SW 9163 Tin Lizzie. Staff analysis, the addition was originally approved in October of 2021 as G-21-07-047. The addition design was altered in March of 2023 as G-23-03-019 to alter the window configuration on the addition. The design was approved in March of 2023, but no CRA was issued at AQ staff was waiting for final revised drawings. At the September business meeting, the commission requested the applicant submit paint samples, provide a detail of the second floor band board, and select a second color for the trim and top to be painted. German Village guidelines recommend at least two colors to be used for frame construction. Staff recommendation, and staff recommends approval of nail clarifications to be submitted to HBO staff for approval prior to the issuance of the certificate with the following conditions. And the condition being the applicant to submit a second paint color for either the siding or the trim. So there are two colors on the frame addition. The basis for staff recommendation is through 11612, standards for new construction, A, D, E, H, and M. German Village guidelines for color, 1, 2, and 3. And German Village guidelines 2005 amendments for artificial siding, specifically in the section of specifications for artificial siding. Staff will add that after the agenda and staff reports were sent out, there was a conversation with the applicant over siding and material choices that may come up during the conversation today.
Right. Anything else to add?
Yeah, two things. I do have the second color selection here available for you guys to review if you'd still like to choose.
Sure.
Um, Yeah, everyone's original and the black. This is an option.
Oh, that's what she, I thought you was to say that.
So yeah, today, as Nicole mentioned, I did reach out to her regarding the materials. So I'm actually going to ask if I could address any questions regarding the current application. But then I would like to address the material selection of the siding as well. potentially seeking approval of what we're presenting today, and then discussing potential options and material change with the staff, with the commission.
So for my clarification, a bunch of different things have changed over time. The intent is to have the first and second floor now just be horizontal siding.
Correct.
No band board.
Correct. Band boards removed.
And the siding, is it going to be the 1x3 oral horizontal? That's the board bed.
No, yeah, I believe it's the current specs, it's the 1x5, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
It was the original spec of the lab, of the initial application. So that's nice.
Questions or comments?
I have none.
Okay. Want to talk about materials?
Yes, and I appreciate hearing some of the previous applicants here today regarding the hardy board. So we've been talking with our contractors, and currently this boral to exterior lap siding is at a 12-week lead time, and they don't know if that's accurate given there was a recent death at a manufacturing facility. Our home, due to a contractor issue, has been exposed now to the elements since January. So we have been working hard to try to get it buttoned up as quickly as possible. Secondly, we've come across some issues related to cost, which I know is not your prerogative here, but part of this realization came to the fact that the true exterior is actually 60% higher than the hardy board. We've been working with a contractor, CJE Restorations, who has done a lot of work here in Joan Village, who recently received lap hardy plank siding approval on a historic structure in Victorian Village. They believe that majority of the reasons that that siding has not been accepted by commissions was due to longevity issues, quality issues, and how it holds up. They believe that was due to incorrect installment versus the actual materials itself. So I would like to request whether or not we can present same design, same look as we're presenting here, but with James Hardy plank siding as the alternate material. And CJE Restoration offered their ability to come to the next business meeting to discuss that and talk through any potential concerns there. So today I'm just asking whether or not that's even a viable option to have that discussion.
So I'll clarify that the earlier conversation about the hardy, that was related to large format sheet goods, 4x8 sheets.
Right.
We have done extensive test cases of the hardy board plank siding, both on garages. I think we had one on an actual structure, and went through a 2-year process of looking at that stuff, and it was a unanimous, did not meet in every instance. I don't think we had a single one that we felt was appropriate after being out in the field for 2 years. The comment of installation methods being the culprit was brought up then too. At the time, though, we were not able to identify from any contractor what those methods were that were faulty. So barring some revelation of why those methods failed and some new method will not fail, I wouldn't be open to changing my mind to it without that. The big thing that we found was on long stretches, what happens if you take a piece of hardy plank and you lift it up in the middle, it does this, just like vinyl siding does. What happens on structure with large walls, any imperfection shows through. And so you get this waving effect that you don't get with historic wood siding. The boral is much more dense like the wood, and that's what prevents that all that waviness from not showing up in the boral, which is what made boral approvable in German Village. I think we've also had another product has come before us that we've approved a test case scenario. I can't remember what it was, but it was a composite that we're looking at for approval across district.
So an alternate boral.
An alternate boral, yeah, because we're trying to find those solutions. but I can't remember what it is on top of my head. But that's my stance on hardy. We've been through the ringer on that one. I'm not sure what information could come to light to change my mind on it. But open to others.
Just to back that up, an example for you, my neighbor has a 5-6-year-old addition that's done in hardy. He just got permission, staff approval last month to paint it and everything and remove and replace. He's in the process of removing a lot of that hardy because it's chipped, it's falling apart, it's breaking apart. He's also having a hard time finding it. Question is, just for you, the short-term duration of the less expensive material, is it really worth it? That's a decision you'll have to make. Maybe there's some other material that you can get more readily, quicker, that's more cost-effective, that we might consider might be approvable as opposed to the hardy. I hear on a daily basis my neighbors' comments about hardy board, so give you an idea.
If CJ wants to come in and do a public speaker slip, we're happy to hear what they have to say. I'm just not sure what they're gonna bring to the table is different than what we've heard in the past.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the clarity because there's no point in wasting people's time, so I appreciate that. So we'd like to request approval for what we present here today.
And if we vote, if we approve, you got the approval in hand, you can proceed forward, you can order material, whatever lead time takes. It's a crazy market out there these days. What's the 12-week lead time now could be 36 weeks. Next year, it could be 2 weeks.
Yeah.
If you do find another product, you can always reapply with that new product. You're not locked into this product. If you want to change your mind and then apply again.
And is a material change like siding a staff approval or any material change regarding siding required?
Wood is pretty much that provable. If we approve boral, I think it's really boral and wood are the two things that staff could approve if you're going from typical detail to typical detail. But anything beyond that would be a new material. We have to talk about that at the commission.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any questions on the application?
So application stands as submitted?
Correct.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, item GB 2309-034, 1050 Yeager Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
I will make the clarification that in the application packet, the elevations show old elevations and details. As the applicant stated previously, you don't have that designer on their
The band board.
payrolling board. So any comments here, we need to make sure we're using the conversation textual information and not what's shown in the drawings.
Would the commission, sorry, would the commission require new drawings or just notes of the change of what's changed from the drawings?
I think it is clearly noted on the drawings that these are superseded by the material and everything else. I think that's sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Right. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want the color samples back?
I didn't keep them free, but back.
Thanks. All right, move on ahead to item number 19, GB-23-09-036, 158 Jackson Street. Applicant here for 158 Jackson Street. All right, come back to it. Moving on to item number 20, GB-23-09-037, 415 Livingston Avenue. If you're settled, if you please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name for the record.
David Phillips.
Thank you.
This is an exterior building alteration for porch rehabilitation to replace 3 existing front porch, I apologize, columns with brown permacast columns to match the existing style. And to replace 3 footing posts underneath the porch, replaced with 2 1-foot 6-inch diameter sonotubes and 1 2-foot diameter sonotube. Staff analysis at the September business meeting, the commission requested that the applicant simplify the permacast packet, address the half columns on the porch and how the round rails will be reinstalled, clarify the existing condition of the foundation post, and prepare to discuss their plan for construction at the hearing. The applicant responded and simplified the permacast packet to one-page information, and the applicant also provided the following details. The foundation piers are currently unseen, work has not started yet, and no work will move forward until we have a permit. This includes disassembling anything. We are not contracted to remove the porch nor change the porch. Our primary work is below grade, and we'll do it with the least amount of disturbance to the rest of the structure. The columns are the only thing that we may have issues with due to visible possible deterioration, and we have to remove them to access the work area. Hence why we are supplying specs for column replacements if we need to replace and or our client chooses to replace. The project is being disassembled as needed to access 3 column piers and foundations if they exist, located below grade, to remedy the failings of the piers. Location to be only under the front porch of 2 corner columns and 1 center column. Anything disassembled will be reassembled as is, I believe. Any other material being added is structural material that will be added at areas unseen by any human beings from any vantage point, other than laying on your back under the porch looking up. The permacast column is a fiberglass material. The Durham Village Commission has had permacast and fiberglass columns submitted in the past. Permacast porch columns were proposed at 180 Thurman with GV-21-01-024 to replace non-original columns, but the application was never heard at a hearing due to the applicant's absence. Staff recommendation that staff recommends approval with any of all clarifications to be submitted to HPO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of certificate with the following conditions, and that condition can be the porch columns to be made of wood, not the fiberglass. Alternatively, if the commission approves the columns to be permacast, staff would recommend the permacast column be a test case, as they have not yet been approved through village. The basis for staff recommendation is Rule 1611, standards for alteration, 1, 2, 5, 6, 11, and 12, and Dearborn Village guidelines for porches and stoops, 1, 5, and 6.
Anything else to add?
I would just add that all of the work is going to be done below grade, and we're not going to replace the columns unless we have to. So the columns that you see here, I don't want to confuse that with the foundation piers and the footers, which is where all the work is going to be done.
So I got a couple of questions about that. Number one, how are you going to access underneath the porch and underneath the columns? 2, I gather hand dig a sonotube formed foundation. My other question is a 1'6", 18-inch diameter sonotube. How are you going to install that in relationship to the column in the existing structure, et cetera, so it doesn't stick out beyond, it's not visible, so it's behind the lattice work?
So can you repeat the first question?
What are your means and methods to accessing underneath all there without taking all this apart?
So we're going to take off the stairs and the skirting, and it can be accessed like that. So all that lattice that you see will come off. All that's going to go back on just as is. The columns are going to be, in order to access the foundation piers and the footings, the columns may have to come off. But we're going to put the columns back on.
What about the porch deck?
No, porch deck doesn't need to be moved.
Then how are you going to access the foundations underneath?
The builder, the manager, can access it without the skirting, without the stairs there.
Okay. And my next question is, how do you install, how are you installing the 1'6" diameter sonotube so it doesn't stick out in front of it? It's behind the skirt.
Are you talking about the posts, or are you talking about the foundation pier?
Talking about the foundation, the sonotube foundation.
Yeah, I can't answer that question.
And that's my biggest concern. Typically, the column would be centered on top of that. Centered on top of that would mean it would be exposed in the front of the porch.
The builder tells me that nothing's going to change.
Before I could approve this, I want to see a detail of how that's going to work.
That
I want
means
to see a drawing.
he's putting the column at the corner of the sonotube.
All they're doing is checking to see if, first of all, if there is a foundation pier, because we don't know that, because we can't see it. We don't know that. And
So you need to do a little,
and this, well, we don't want to do any work until we get a permit. He's
you
not,
can do investigative demolition.
that's not what he wants to do.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't want to do it that way because he wants the permit first.
Think
And
we need more
he stated that, by the way, in the materials.
I think we need more information.
So
Tell me if you could just guide me what specific information, so, because I have to pass it on.
So, A, we don't know what the condition is. So right now, you got the column, the porch deck, an unknown entity from below the porch deck
Mhm.
down to grade, unknown entity grade down below the footing.
Mhm.
So we need to know what's the footing condition currently? What's supporting from the footing up to the porch deck? Is there a 4x4, 6x6 piece of wood? Is there brick? Is there stone?
CMU.
If
Does that engineering drawing not explain to you what you need?
what this tells me is it's an existing post footing needs to be replaced. It's pointing to a blue column. What this reads to me is whatever's under the porch, from grade up to the deck porch, is going to be removed. They're going to put a concrete sonotube in there, and you're going to have a concrete
18
cylinder from frost depth up to the bottom of the porch. That's what this reads to me.
How do we do that work without a permit?
So looking at it, taking off the lattice work and taking a photo of it requires no permit.
It requires a COA.
Yeah, we can approve selective demolition. You can take off that lattice work and take a picture of what's on the porch. That requires no permit. Honestly, if you take the lattice work off and put it back on, it requires really no COA.
Really, yeah.
But right now, it's speculative notes of what's there. There's no documentation of what's there. I'm not saying you gotta remove and demolish the foundation or demolish the posts on the porch. But right now, what's reading to me when I read these notes is it's gonna be a concrete cylinder from frost line up to the bottom of the porch, and that's not appropriate. Sort of.
Say that again, what's not appropriate?
So
I know what you're talking about, but just say that again.
So having a concrete cylinder, which would be the footing from frost depth up to grade, up to the bottom of the porch, would not be an appropriate application in historic districts. My guess is what wants to happen is there's going to be a footing to grade, from frost depth to grade, concrete, and then a wooden post or treated wood post from the top of that footing and grade up to the bottom of the porch to support the load of that post.
It could be masonry too.
Good masonry.
Yeah, not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily need to be wood.
So-
Typically it's not
So-
wood.
so-
Typically
It's not round.
We
Yeah.
need to take off the skirting and take pictures of the underside.
We need to know what's there to know what's going to be removed.
And
Okay,
what's
When
appropriate
the
to
work's
put
done.
past.
all right, so it's okay to remove it.
You can take that lattice work off to look at it and take pictures. That's fine. Not a
Right,
problem for us.
and what else? Other than that?
I would ask that you show us a drawing of what the new construction is and how it relates to the existing construction.
Right, is the 18-inch diameter sonotube centered under the column?
Well, again, we don't know because we didn't take it apart to look at it because we
No,
don't.
I mean, the new one, the new sonotube column that he's going to install. Is he proposing to center it under the existing column?
That's not something I can answer, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what we need to know.
And then the one question that I brought up at the business meeting is where we're proposing potentially, you said, new columns from the porch deck up the porch roof. As looking at what's in the pictures, it looks like those front columns are failing and a replacement is going to be needed, especially the center post. It's bowing. The product that's been proposed, the detailing is similar, but not the same. And you have two half posts back against the brick. So if those three front posts, if one gets replaced and two front posts stay, now you have one mismatched column compared to the other two. If all three front posts get removed and replaced with the new product, now the three front posts don't match the half posts against the brick.
No, yeah, I understand. That's why we
Yeah.
weren't gonna do it unless they were damaged.
Right. And so if we approve the work, we can't approve if they're damaged, replace it onesie twosies. We could approve putting back to match what's there currently. And if you find that you want to replace them, you would be another application. But we can't approve maybes. It needs to be
Okay,
approved work.
so does the application need to be amended or redone so that it says we're not going to replace or not to mention that we're gonna replace that? That's not what we want to do.
Yeah, if you're anticipating reusing the columns that are there or replacing in kind, the exact columns that are there with new wood columns or whatever's there, that's fine. I
Okay,
think that's approvable.
but you still need to know about below the porch line.
Oh, absolutely.
What's the current condition and what is gonna be, if you're gonna remove what's there, what's going back? What's the design for there?
You had mentioned that you don't know if there are foundations below grade.
You can't see foundation piers below the grade. We don't know.
So was the contractor going to like dig around to see if there was one? Okay, so
Now we gotta go to the footings too, because the engineer said it's the footers that are bad.
okay, so you already know that footers are bad. and need
That's
to be
what
replaced.
that's what the structural engineer said. What we don't know is if there's foundation piers. We don't know that.
So when you say footers, what do you define as the footers? The wood post?
Footer is the concrete piece with the rebar in it,
Under.
way under grade, and the foundation piers transfers the weight of the porch to the footers.
So the pier itself, we know what that pier is current. Is that wood pier?
I don't think we know.
Okay, I think we need to find out what is there currently. Is it wood post?
Okay.
Wood pier?
So we'll just take it off, take pictures, figure out as much as we can of the existing,
Yes.
and then come back.
Your engineer should be able to do a drawing of what he proposes the correction is.
That, honestly, that was it. That's it right there.
A notated picture is not sufficient. I would ask that he stamp it.
I think he did a substance. Isn't that it right there?
No, it needs his professional stamp.
Yeah, he actually did. You may not have that one, but he did.
Okay, that being said, looking at the columns, the bottom of the columns are wrapped in metal, sheet metal, from the banister down.
Right.
So I think you're looking at replacing the columns. There's a reason they're wrapped in sheet metal. They failed.
Okay.
Just noting.
All right, so is that a resubmission?
I think my recommendation is we continue the application.
Yeah.
Which puts the application on the agenda automatically for next month.
Okay.
And you can provide more information, the photos, if there's a detailed engineer, that kind of stuff, provide that to staff. And then we can look at this again next month with all that information on hand.
Okay.
My guess is what needs to happen on this project is you probably need to take off last work, support the porch, remove the pier, dig up the foundation, put a new foundation in, be it sonotube, whatever, that's only to grade, so you can cover with mulch. Put a new pier, treated wood pier post under the deck to support it, and then replace those front wooden round columns with new columns.
You know what's interesting looking at, and I can't tell, but just from the photographs, the porch deck looks fine. Tell me the foundations are fine.
It's
the little
porch deck.
failing.
Yeah, that's what our contractor said. It's not anything but the foundation and the footers.
And the column.
And I recommend going back with new wood columns to match existing. The reason being is these pipe rails, the handrails. I'm not sure how you're gonna attach those to a composite.
Sure.
Poly column. I think you need the structure of the wood to make that work.
Right.
So when you come back, if we continue this, if we come back next month, I think that's what we want to have, remove references to potentials. If we're not planning on doing it, we can vote on what's there, give you the approval you need to proceed with the work. And if some unforeseen condition comes up, notify staff. It may be a staff approval item. They may have to come back to commission for that one oddball thing that pops out anywhere.
Got it.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So we need to vote to continue.
Continue, yeah. Item,
Wait one second.
Staff would just like to clarify that when the lattice work is removed for photos, it should be reinstalled at the same time to prevent any issues with code enforcement.
Wow.
This lattice been removed permanent.
Take lattice down, take your pictures, do your investigation, just put it back up, and keep critters out too.
That's gonna take a little time if we have to dig any of it up.
yeah,
But by digging, I just mean scratch the dirt to see, is there a concrete thing down there?
Okay, I got it.
I don't care how deep it goes.
Okay.
Our foundations and the village historic foundations don't typically go to frost depth. They're not required to. If they're existing, they're existing. But if you're redoing the work and you want to get that footing in there, then that's up to you. So that's why for them.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
item GV 2309-037, 415 Livingston Avenue. I move to approve, or continue. There you
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor?
go. Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Motion passes. Right. Item number 21, GB-23-09-038, 1010 Yeager Street. Applicant here for 1010 Yeager Street. Come on up. Once you're set, if you please raise your right hand, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. That is. Please use your name for the record.
Steve Graham.
Thank you. Cool.
This application is for landscaping. In the front yard and south side yard, it's removal of existing landscaping and installation of a new plantings to include the boxwood, bogo hydrangea, the millennium, allium, and European hornbeam. Below you, Halcyon and Hosta per submitted site plan. To modify the existing brick sidewalk and the existing tree is to remain. In the rear yard, it's removal of all existing landscaping and installing new plantings, including European hornbeams, creeping lily turd, slender silhouette sweet gum, hosta, German Irish, Maynite, salvia, Rhineland, I apologize, my pronunciation on plant names is not the best. Hydrangea, catmint, green mountain boxwood, Linnea, big ears, lamb ears, per the site plan. Removal of a river birch tree to plant 2 large saucer magnolias to offset the loss of the tree. To install a small plunge pool measuring 7 feet 4 inches by 12 feet by 38 inches with a 12-inch limestone coping and backwash concrete pool surround. To install a new patio and oversized steppers to be set in crushed gravel. To install a metal trellis in the garage, it's 3 pieces. To install 2 window boxes on the garage and to install a 6-foot decorative wood screen. The staff analysis is at the September business meeting. The commission requested explanation of the work to be completed on the existing brick sidewalk. The applicant responded and clarified that the modification is simply to lift and stage the existing curved brick walk, repair and reinforce the existing gravel base, add a stone step, and reinstall the staged brick in a more linear layout as designed. The applicant also submitted more information from the arborist about the river birch tree proposed for removal. HPO staff finds the addition of a metal trellis and window boxes would not be typical features found in a garage and would not encourage these decorative elements. The staff recommends the commission offer feedback and continue the application to allow time for the applicant to amend their design for more in line with Durham Village guidelines and city code. The basis for that staff recommendation is approval on 613, standards for site improvements A and B. German Village guidelines for sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots 1, 2, and 4. German Village guidelines for site lighting, street furniture, pools, fountains, and gazebos 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And the German Village guidelines on ornamentation, trim brackets, hood molds, shutters, and light fixtures 2.
Anything else to add? Questions, comments from the commission?
So the river birch has to come out because it's in the way of your design.
No, it's also causing problems with the neighbor's property.
That's not what the Davy Tree report says.
I mean, that's coming from the client and the client's neighbor.
I think we need something from a tree arborist that would say there's something wrong with the tree and why it needs to come down.
Okay.
It's not what we've got in the documentation.
Aside from the tree issue, any issue with what's proposed?
For me, no, the tree's the issue. And that I think the tree should stay and the design should accommodate it.
I mean, the tree's already lost one of its main trunks. We're proposing to,
We
Like two new
we need
trees.
some verification of that.
that it's lost a trunk.
That there is a health reason why the tree is a danger and needs to come down.
Currently on the site plan. So. Where on the site plan, proposed site plan, does the river birch currently sit?
Very near the saucer magnolia that's going to replace it.
Somewhere along that
So
line
there you
that
go.
on.
If you look at the dot dashed circle there, that's essentially the location, right?
There we
Below
go,
that
okay.
Saucer magnolia, you can see. We'll move. Tree.
Yeah, so typically bringing down the large shade trees are things that we're trying to maintain in the village. Losing canopy cover in the city is a problem in general, but the village is happening too. Taking down one shade tree, putting one up is kind of at a minimum what we asked for. Saw those two saucer magnolias. Those are what, 33-foot trees. River birch is a 70-foot tree, larger canopy. So 2 for 1, is that acceptable? I think that's up for the commission side, but I think the underlying issue is reading through the arborist report, like Ned said, it just states that wasn't planted by the homeowner. The construction could damage the root system. The plan is to have more manageable trees. Really, it's not saying anything about the health of the tree. It's not saying that it's causing you problems. It's just that it's inconvenient. And the design is what's driving the removal as opposed to a design that incorporates the tree. I think if you go back to the arborist, they could give more clarification stating that it's causing problems. It's causing problems to the yard somehow, there's disease, the tree has a limited lifespan. I think that would be what we would need to approve the taking down the tree. Barring that, I would believe that there's design solutions to keeping the tree there.
Sure.
But for the rest of the landscape, I have no problem with what you proposed. So to get the client something to move forward with, I mean, option A, we continue the application to get more clarification on the tree. Option B, we identify what of this landscaping could be approved and wouldn't be impacted by leaving the tree there to get the client at least something to move forward with, whether it's the front yard, whether it's back around the garage. If the pool won't be affected by the river birch, maybe it's from the pool back to the garage. Want to be open to trying to get the client something that they need if it's a time sensitive matter.
And I question how time sensitive this late in the year is it?
Yeah, so the work's not gonna be done until spring.
Yeah.
Right.
Is it time sensitive?
Yeah, I mean, it's, the simple solution would be to just convert that panel of lawn where the river birch is into planting bed, correct?
Yeah.
It's actually of interest. That tree root system actually is aesthetically of interest.
Have you had river birches in your yard before?
Nope, I wouldn't mind having one if it looks like that. Can't be any worse than a silver maple.
They're both bad.
To me, I'd be comfortable identifying that keeping the river birch, converting that lawn to planting beds. I could approve that now, and the applicant could come back if they want to deal with river birch removal as a separate entity, and then you could adjust the plan back to what this is if we can approve river birch. I want to get the applicant something.
Sure.
Does the applicant needs it? That's my question.
Yeah, they don't need it, then
Yes.
why?
Is
put the effort?
this that critical that?
I'm not sure what the timeline is.
Yeah, I know.
I know
I just,
a lot of work inside, and I also know when you're dealing with pool contractors and things of that nature.
yeah, I mean, I can't see that stuff starting this late in the year already.
Yeah, you gotta get on somebody's list, so.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're approved for the pool and everything except for that little quadrant right there, I prefer to go.
I mean, I know we're talking landscape work now in the middle of December, but this stuff seems to be. I'm not sure you've got the need. I'm just saying, if you think you got the need, we can go kind of where Anthony's going. If you don't think you got the need, and you got another month, make the revisions exactly what you want to do and bring it.
What would you like to do?
I think I'd like to have something for my client that's kind of positive, so if we can just say the plan is approved minus that quadrant with the tree, and we need to bring either more information for the tree removal or an updated landscape.
Okay, so to me, I'm thinking area exclusion probably wants to be trees here. You're probably thinking from AC edge is kind of your left boundary. Fence is your top boundary. Pool is probably the right boundary. I'd probably include the buff wash steppers in that portion, because you may have to shrink the steppers if the tree roots are there.
Mhm.
So I would say that's the bound. So the buff wash steppers, the lawn, and the planting up to the pool, up to the AC, I think is that exclusion zone I think we're talking about. So are you amenable to amending your application to have that part be taken out of this application and the rest remain in?
Or the other option is continuation. Have it
The whole thing,
scheduled.
just rally the agenda for next month.
Let's just do the continuation.
Okay.
All right. In ways that's easier. Any other comments? Mr. Chairman, on GV 2309-038, 1010 Yeager Street, I move to continue.
Second.
Any question on the motion? All those in favor? Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Moving ahead to item number 22, GB-23-09-039, 804 Yeager Street. Yes. Mr. Settle, raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
And your name?
Brian Straley.
Thank you. Well,
This application is for landscaping to install a new crushed stone patio that is approximately 204 square feet in size. The patio is to be 2 inches of compacted limestone screen and then top with 1 inch of gold dust crushed limestone as the finished layer. To install steel edging along the bed edges or relay existing stones. Install 4 planting beds on top of crushed limestone patio area. Remove existing landscaping that is not native plants. Remove turf to create new planting beds. Mulch with hardwood mulch. Relay tiered retaining wall to match existing tiering with existing material. And plant new native plants per submitted list. Staff analysis is the application was placed on the agenda for commission review, primarily due to proposed crushed stone gravel patio. At the September business meeting, the commission had no request for additional information from the applicant. The staff recommends the commission offer feedback and the application to allow time for the applicant to amend their design. The basis for the staff recommendation is 311613, standards for site improvements A and B. German Village guidelines for walks, sidewalks, driveways, patios, and parking lots, 1, 2, and 4. And German Village guidelines for site lighting, street furniture, pools, mountain gazebos, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And German Village guidelines for ornamentation, 2.
anything else to add?
No.
Questions, comments from the commission?
So is this replacing the brick patio or is this a new patio?
It's a new area, so if you look at the plans, it should be submitted in the drawings. It's actually an addition outside of the brick patio.
So the brick to the garage, those 4 little boxes.
Yeah, so where those 4 boxes are, we'll be putting raised bed gardens there, which will be a working garden. That'll be crushed stone that those will sit on top of. We'll have a grass patch between that area as a transition back to the brick patio. And then on the right side of the brick patio, we'll also maintain the lawn there and then have a cutting native garden in between to kind of buffer between the garage and the alley back there.
Okay, so everything left of the walk with the raised bed gardens are is crushed.
Yes, up until so that those 3 circles right there are fruit trees. So those will be working fruit trees. That'll be a bed right there so that we wanted to make sure we could maintain drainage in our backyard without, flooding any of the areas to make sure it's permeable. So we are putting 3 fruit trees there, and then up against the garage, those will also be perennials that'll carry over to the other side. And if you're looking for size of that area, we provided it, but
204 square.
yes.
I've got a problem posting.
Oh, it's great.
What was that? I'm sorry.
I've got a problem with crushed stone. It's a permeable surface.
It's a great surface.
The only time crushed stone can be problematic is people try to use it for parking pads and driveways.
Oh, yeah.
City code doesn't really allow.
It's good for Bryant Park. It's good for me.
Yeah, that's kind of our
I did note in the pictures, there is a tree in the backyard. It's not very large. That one right there.
that tree was removed as part of a prior COA. That's an outdated
Okay.
Picture, and the trees are part of this design that would replace that.
Fair enough. I was gonna say the fruit trees, I think make up for that sense.
Yeah, and
Yeah. Okay. Any questions? Not, is there a motion?
On GB 2309-039, 804 Yeager Street, I move to approve as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? Those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have, motion passes.
thank you.
Moving ahead to item number 23, GB-23-09-040-165 Deschler. If you both please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes.
Your name, sir?
Dean.
Either one.
Dean Berlin, Urban Order Architecture.
Steve Hurt, Urban Order Architecture.
Thank you very much.
This is new construction and exterior building alteration for a second story addition. To add a second floor of the existing 1-story frame addition. The exterior is to be a smooth cement board panels and smooth cement board thin. It's a flat roof PVC membrane not visible from anywhere except the main roof of the house. The windows to be ultimate double hung aluminum clad 2x2 cemented divided lights. To install a continuous sill under new windows to match the existing. The new fascia is to be a smooth cement board with a new 6-inch continuous OG gutter, and the soffit is to be a 1/4 inch. 1/4 inch smooth cement board crown will impact existing. The staff announces as at the September business meeting. The commission requested demolition plan for the second floor, expressed concern over enclosing existing openings, requested a section drawing that shows the design interacting with the door, and requested a detailed drawing for the roof, and asked for clarification on the plan for the existing exhaust pipe that exits out of the first floor wall. The applicant responded and clarified that there was an existing door on the second floor, so no new opening will be created for the second floor addition. As the door is existing and is set to remain, no section drawing was provided in staff's direction. The applicant resubmitted the roof drawing and clarified that the exhaust pipe will exit through the second floor roof. A second floor addition was previously reviewed by the German Village Commission in October of 2020. GV-20-10-053 was approved in a 4-0-0 vote for the second floor addition. The addition in 2020 also utilized the existing door opening on the second floor. The approved materials needed letter and materials are included in the application materials. The first floor porch enclosure was approved in February of 2019 as GV-19-2-12. The second floor door was existing at that time. The COA and materials from 2019 are included in the application materials. Staff recommendation is that staff recommends approval with any else verifications to be submitted to HPO staff for review and approval prior to the issuance of certificate with the following conditions. There are not any conditions listed here. Basis for staff recommendation is 311611, standards for alteration. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 311612, standards for new construction, A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, and N. German Village guidelines for alterations to existing structures, additions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's it.
Anything else to add?
As some of you No, we've been working on this project for a while, so we first enclosed that porch, and then we're talking about an addition a couple of times before. And so now we're ready to do that, but basically, we wanted to keep we wanted to make sure that you saw that there was a porch by keeping that roof profile around there. And that's pretty much it. We're tucking the new roof under that existing roof, which is sort of a challenge, but I think that's important.
I think the challenge is how do you maintain that?
How do you maintain that roof?
You got 3 inches clear between the roof and the end of the tails.
Yeah.
How do you paint it? How do you do anything? How do you even flash back in there? I don't think it's constructible.
We've done it before and it's flashed in and it's, I mean.
And how do you maintain it? How does the owner get in there 5 years, 10 years down the road and clean and paint and everything else up underneath there?
If you have metal flashing and or copper flashing, why is it?
But the underside of the eave and the tails.
So the tails it's a very steep slope.
Yeah.
And it's all open
Yep.
in there. So I was like, how much space?
So you get a little person to crawl in through that little opening and paint it?
No kidding.
Yep. Well, you have children, right?
So it's 3 inches where at the bottom of
Yeah.
that, and then by the time you get into the inside, it's, as long as you can get your hand up and paint in there, it's.
Well, we could engage it if you prefer, so.
That's taken away too much architecture.
My main concern is, I saw towards the end of this application documentation, there was a second floor proposed at one point, maybe.
There was.
With
I think we got approval for
setback, yeah. I'm pretty sure the reason it was set back is because of that window at the far end.
It was.
Your design is showing the second floor going straight up from the first floor wall, right at the middle of that window opening that you're breaking in. Yes, that's causing the break.
So that proposal was approved, and the reason for that is because that was a second story entertaining space, and they wanted an outdoor balcony. So it wasn't necessarily about the window, because the railing was still going right into the middle of the window, but it was just a different program.
Different client.
Different client.
But the window still lived.
Yes, but we have come back. We were just here whenever the last review was, and nothing changed from that, and we didn't get any feedback that there was concern about that. If you want us to keep the sill or lintels or something, we can do that.
Noting that they were here in July of 2023, and the commissioner comments are in the agenda, they just weren't included in the staff report. And I can read those, they're primarily not about the addition, though, they're on the other parts of the application.
I don't remember seeing that.
So the last time we were here with this project, we were talking about this addition, a significant landscape plan, a carriage house, and a pavilion. So there was lots of discussion. And I just assumed that we weren't talking about the addition because you had already seen it before and you weren't concerned.
Probably didn't focus in on it last time.
And I don't know if it makes a difference that that is sort of a secondary element to the main house.
The back wing?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think it's a secondary element.
Well, the porch in the second floor, the porch being secondary to the primary structure, but it's causing effect on the primary structure.
Well, I was saying that the gabled end piece on the back feels secondary to the main structure. And it's also on a crawl space, if that makes any difference, and then, you know, it's much less detailed. I don't know if it was added at some point, but just asking if that makes a difference.
For me, no.
One question, do we know if that window up there, how old it is?
How old that window is?
Has the window been replaced over time?
I mean, it's just a new masonry opening.
No, I mean, is the window up there, is a replacement window? It's one thing to cut a new opening in a brick wall. In my mind, I'm thinking it might be less egregious to fill in an opening if we can identify this is where the opening was. The lintel and the sill stays.
Well, it appears there were 3 windows up there at one time. There's one that's been filled in the middle.
Yeah.
Say that again, there's one that was filled in the middle.
Yep. Something.
So here are,
Joint there.
Or they extend the addition.
Maybe that could be too. Yeah.
here are those 2 windows. So that one is a 2/1, which would not be, it's not typical of everything else.
But he justified filling in a masonry opening. Masonry opening.
The interior space and
It's happening.
I'm trying to find a way to justify it. Precise.
Can't.
I'm trying to get there, and if the lintel and the sill stays, if it bricks in, if the window's not historic,
That means anybody can fill in any masonry opening, any place that's in the way.
true, slippery slope.
Or it looked funny and left the window in.
Well, my struggle, it's the design driving it, 100% the design driving it. Floor plan choices driving where that wall sits.
Yes, well, the porch always sat there, and it's, you know, logical to go above that.
It's also logical to have a setback.
It's also logical not to go above it at all.
Well, like I said, we could do something to allow that window to read as a window that we put a wall through the middle of. Kind of, you know. The challenge that I'm having right now is that we've been here looking at this multiple times, and we wouldn't have gotten this far if we were told this is not going to work and we should come up with something else.
On the other hand, you could have pointed out to us the fact that you were infilling a window and just covering half of it.
I just don't remember seeing the detail that called out breaking a window in. That would have been something I would have jumped on.
Yeah, well, like I said, there was a whole lot of other stuff we talked about, and there's other
His
applications.
outline list of remove
Yeah.
window to infill opening.
Yeah, and I guess we've just been so close to this, it's like.
Yeah, yeah. Get it. Get why you didn't bring it up, gotta understand why we missed it, so.
So can that room be made smaller than by notching out a corner? Just notch out both corners, so it just looks like a bay on the second floor?
Is this what we have seen the last,
This is the July materials.
if it doesn't tell me if there was any window there? There's no information telling me if there was a window. That's why I did.
There's no sill or no lintel, so.
Now that we have existing versus proposed to pops.
So maybe if that wall could sit back, so it's just.
I think if you just shy.
Clear the window, yeah.
I think that gets rid of my big concern. I can get over the window if it comes into your space, if you cover that up, okay.
Yeah.
I would request that we try to keep the lintel and sill, so it's there in the future case if somebody wants to pull that off and restore it.
Oh, definitely.
Keep it there.
I think the back wall of the addition needs to be pulled back so the window stays.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with the door being enclosed by interior space. I do think there might be some challenge of how the roof engages there because that lintel above the door is tucked up so high looking at page 4 of our application. I'm not sure how you get that roof to that attached to where that lintel is. It's going to be challenged from a trickability standpoint back there in that corner. But everything else, okay, I get it. You can pull that wall back, keep that window there. That mitigates all my concerns of what's there.
So are we talking about a notch or pulling?
I think if you had a little notch setback, pull the whole wall back and it's nice and clean and easy.
That's the way to go.
If you notch it, that's a detail that would.
That's getting too funky.
I was thinking they could notch both ends and just make it like a.
Too funky.
But then the window's still staring out at a
Yeah.
wall.
Too funky. It needs.
I'm okay with the notch, I don't think it is.
Yeah, probably not.
Because it could be very interesting that we have that and then we flush a low slope roof to that existing box cutter.
Well, let's say we're gonna pull it back to the other side of the window, and then if we do anything weird with notching or anything, we'll bring that back to you guys.
I think that's acceptable.
I think you're right. I think you need to figure out details so that you don't have that space underneath. You're flashing up under the edge of the roof.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
You don't have the space anymore underneath the tails or whatnot. You're gonna flash up to the underside of that roof sheet.
We're gonna flash up underside, we'll probably
Just enclose it.
encapsulate
Yeah,
that.
just enclose it. Get
We'll
rid of
probably
the maintenance.
encapsulate it so that it's always there, but then that way.
Get rid of the maintenance problem.
It's- Yeah,
And then
If I was the owner, I'd kill you in 5 years when I had to pay somebody to paint it.
exactly.
Pulling the wall back means at least some of it's exposed.
Yeah,
You know,
and I wouldn't even notch it. It's getting
pull it
too, way too. Just pull the wall back.
I think if you want to amend the application, pull the wall back. I think we can vote on that.
Okay.
If you want to get funky with it, come back to us and we can discuss at that point with more details.
Yeah, that's what I think, so.
Okay.
Is there anything on this guy here? We got, cement board panels, cement board trim. We see window, are those windows, I'm assuming from the approved list?
Yes, everything matches the first floor exactly.
Yep. Build, spacious, weather. Current house has stop gutters. Because you acceptable back down below. Okay, good.
Should the wall be placed before or after what's the existing?
I just want to ask them,
Oh, sure, sorry.
just because I really want to see where the wall is and I really want to see this detail for the roof. I don't want to delay this anymore, but I'd like to see that before we approve it.
Does anybody else feel that way? I said, we're gonna encapsulate, the existing rafter tails, we're gonna take that up, we're gonna pull the wall back just to the other side of the window, so.
Are you saying approval pending the detail? The details you want to see?
I don't want to delay anymore. I agree with that, but I'm not comfortable approving this by word of mouth.
Would you like to move this to subcommittee?
We can,
Pick myself and Ned, I think. Two of
it's
us.
okay with you.
I think what we're looking for is the detail showing where your wall is going to engage here.
Yeah.
Simple detail, pretty easy. And then what's the condition encapsulate at the end of underneath, what's that detail? How do you flash the new roof up? How's that gonna work? Those two things is what Ned needs.
That's my,
And you want us to enclose that.
yes, just get the maintenance nightmare out of it.
Yeah, so we already drew that section. I can just change that flashing detail.
Yeah.
So I think those two things.
Can we take the roof up?
It'll help us, yeah.
Yeah.
We can pick that up a little.
Yeah, take the roof up, get it over with.
So if you can get those details to Nicole, we can have the two committee, we can vote on this pending the committee outcome of those two details, and then you've got what you need to go.
Awesome.
Okay, so I'm gonna write. Mr. Chairman, on GV 2309040165 Dexter Street, I move to approve as submitted with the condition that there will be a subcommittee to review modifications to what was submitted regarding the south wall of the porch and its location relative to the west elevation window, and the engagement of the new roof to the existing eave of the building.
I think that south wall wants to be clear of the sill. I think where it needs to be.
Yep.
And the committee will be Commissioner Thiel. Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? Question your end? Good.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Thanks.
All right, moving on to item number 24, GB-23-09-041, 592 South Third Street. Once you're both settled, if you raise your right hands. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And your name, sir?
Peter Benning.
Thank you. Yes.
Sandra Benning.
Cool.
This is an application for landscaping and signage. For landscaping, it's to remove a tree and stump in the front yard on the southwest corner of the lot due to foundation issues to the building. On signage, install a 36-inch by 36-inch or 9 square foot sign. On the front west elevation, the sign will be white with a blue type on metal sign. On the staff analysis, the applicant submitted their application to the German Village Commission. HBO staff informed the applicant the German Village Commission typically only approves one sign per building and requires most signs to be smaller than 6 square feet. At the September business meeting, the commission provided that they typically require a new tree to be planted to replace the removed tree and requested information on a replacement tree. Staff recommendation, and staff recommends that the commission offer feedback to the application to allow time for the applicant to amend their design to be more in line with German Village guidelines and city code. The basis for that staff recommendation is 311613, site improvements A and C. And the German Village guidelines, design considerations, guidelines for graphics and signage.
Yes, Ed.
Sure, so the sign size is obviously to match the other sign. The reason that there needs to be 2 signs on this building is ethically, under the Code of Professional Responsibility, I can't have a law office's sign and a real estate sign and any confusion between those two, because when you come in to hire a real estate agent, you're not getting a lawyer. This is 2 completely separate offices. It's very important that I don't have any confusion with regard to that. So I couldn't put them together, as well as the tenants for the office. As far as the sign size goes, it's the same size as is up there now. The current sign is 36 by 36. There are multiple examples on Third of streets with more than one, or I'm sorry, businesses with more than one sign for their business, as well as signs that are larger than that. There's a Remax office a block down from my office that their sign is at least 3 by 4. The sign, the businesses across the street from me, the dentist office has 2 signs hanging, one hanging on the street, one in front of the building. The Cento, was it Edwards, the financial office, a caddy corner from me has 3 large wooden signs hanging in their windows, 3 foot, 4 foot by a couple foot. They keep going on the left.
This way.
Yeah, right there. So they've got, multiple signs hanging across their frontage. There's 3 of them there. They sort of list their office, what they do. That's certainly larger than 6 square foot, and there's 3 of them. If you keep going down, you can see Remax's sign. One more block. Keep going. Remax is after the white building, I believe.
They basically have an application.
Yeah, they just got grandfathered in.
So, that's the reason for the signage. I do need to keep them separate. I think there's some confusion that lands if you've got real estate lawyer. They are 2 separate entities. I do not work for my wife. She does not work for me. And they will be 2 separate floors in the office. The tree, as far as the tree goes, it's causing some issues with my foundation. It is growing out. So my property, if you look at it, is bordered on 2 sides. So the only green areas I have are the very front of my building, on the other side of the steps. The large tree you see in the front, that's a city tree. It's been marked for removal for over 2 years. It's half of it's dead. I don't know what they're going to do with that. It's starting to grow over my property. But then you see the other trees. So that's German Village Society is the parking lot next to me and the building behind me. They have a tree line that runs on my property line, the entire extent, basically from right there. You can see them. So that canopy covers my entire property. My tree right now, the only real tree I have on the property is growing out over the sidewalk because it can't get light from above, basically. So it's growing towards the right up to the wires and over the sidewalk. But that's the only green space I have on my property. Everything else is cement or parking lot. There is I have 3 holes basically in my sidewalk on the left side of my building that 2 of them have small trees in them. One of them is empty. I can certainly put a small tree in that, but I can't put anything on my property the size and scope of what I'd be removing now. And it is basically growing out the side of my building. Additionally, the city has required me to put, because I'm a commercial business, the city's required me to put a backflow valve in. They've all told me that's going to require excavation from my building to the sidewalk. And most likely that tree is going to go, as far as it's just not going to live through the process. They want to replace my main line, which is galvanized, with a regular line, with a new line, and I'm looking at 30 grand and excavating that front. So anyway, there's my comments.
That's it.
I'll make one note. So the signage up and down Third Street, anything on the inside of the windows, technically it's a graphic, so we don't count those as signs.
Okay.
The wall off the sign being what it is, has been there for years and years.
50 years, yeah.
Size is grandfathered. And we had situations, multiple businesses in the same building in the past. Have we done signage separately for businesses? They typically, in those instances, combine them on a sign.
That's the dentist office with 2 signs. One's hanging and one's on the building.
Yeah, they got by.
So you're saying if I put her sign in the window, I have no worries?
It's
Actually, you're right.
Well, your guidelines, which are, so the German Village guideline says there's a signage guideline, but there's not one that, at least that I can find. It does mention that as long as it's on the window, that you guys have control over it. So, or
And those
basically right behind the window.
right on the back side of the window.
Right.
Yep.
So if I put it in the window, nobody cares.
Oh, we care. We just want to make sure it's.
Understand? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yes.
So would it stay the same size, but in the window?
Then make it bigger.
Just fill the window?
Yeah, I'd rather advertise her than me.
To me, if you put it inside the window surface, it becomes graphic.
It's me.
Where
You mean on the window or a sign
back.
hanging behind it?
An application that's adhered to the back of the glass.
That's what that's
But not
what I was
not on
asking,
glass.
as part of the glass,
Yes,
like a decal that's.
yeah,
Okay.
Yep.
I just have to.
Yep.
Oh, that's good to know. So the Edwards, they obviously have 3 large wooden signs hanging in the window. Could we do something similar to that?
Edwards,
Yeah, if you go to the right,
The one
it's
that
the
has.
white on the left.
financial company?
Yeah,
Yeah, it has like,
I don't think we approved 3 wooden signs.
there.
I mean, you know, Katrina had applied. I don't remember us approving
I
3
don't,
wooden signs hanging back of the glass. We would have never done that.
I mean, that's what they look like from the street. If they're,
They may be decals
they may be. I mean, I haven't
That
looked
was-
close enough, I assumed. 'Cause
that we could approve.
it looks well,
I see.
yeah, the shadows of it.
But that decal would throw a shadow too.
It would.
that's true.
It just seems, I don't know, when I look at it, when I walk down the street, it doesn't look like it's stuck to the window. Anyway.
I gotta go look now.
Yeah, that's
if you're hanging them inside, at what point do they become decoration?
That's the kind where a decal's
Yeah.
clear, works the same way, doesn't raise issues with the population.
On the inside,
Have the decal on the window.
that's probably the cheapest way for them.
Or even a sign hanging.
If,
Or a sign hanging?
Tourists don't go there.
I was like, hold on a second, you're giving me options?
Yeah, that's why you're conflicting now.
And so if that would be the case, the design that you're looking at, I mean, are you concerned about the design? I just tried to keep it as simple as possible, because I didn't.
I don't know who your sign person is, but I would talk to them about what's. their-
I'm the sign person.
Okay. Whoever's gonna make your decal up, they provide services. I would say, hey, here's the window, what would look good?
right,
Okay, yeah.
And we've never done a sign, tourist hanging inside of a window, so.
So I just wanted to make sure that we put, if I do something in there, it's not gonna be something, like if I get it made and done and we apply it, that's not gonna be.
well, they're gonna prove it. first.
Just bring it in.
They're gonna prove it.
Okay.
Quick question, if I decide to move her sign over my sign, is that grandfather 36 by 36 in there? We're good on that?
Yeah.
If because I could put mine on
You
the
mean I could
door.
kick him off the sign?
Yeah.
I mean, I might just put mine on the doorway. You know, there's a glass door, it could say law
Yeah.
offices, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
As long as I'm advertising her, I don't really care.
Yeah, 36 by 36 is grandfather did.
Okay,
For that sign and that location.
okay.
Okay. And
Got
then,
it.
and the design would be okay, we just need to pass that through.
No phone numbers.
Yeah, there's not,
Okay. I think that's the one.
it's just a website. I think there's a web address on there.
Is there a phone number on your side though?
No, there's no numbers on my side. I mean, you guys have phone numbers all over the city, but I'm not a restaurant, so.
Yeah, we keep them off though. If you know.
Cats got them and, you know,
Maybe grandfather did.
yeah, they're all the, that's all good. How about the tree?
I think what you said, if you play the main line, if we're doing the work, it's gonna get destroyed.
I have no problem with the tree coming out.
It's by foundation.
It's like
good enough.
in the,
Yeah.
it's in the foundation.
Yeah, that's rough.
I would say if the city takes out that tree line, I'm okay with having that tree out of the city tree line. If one stays there, if they cut it down, replacing, I think that's your better option. I'm not sure if you could move a smaller tree into the corner. It's not a shade tree, so it's not like we're replacing a big oak or something.
Right.
Right.
Really, it's a decorative tree.
There is an area on the side of my building, I could put like a small Jap maple or something like that, but I'm just afraid anything I put in there,
What kind of tree is it?
that, I have no idea.
I mean, the way it's planted, I don't think anybody in this will ever planted it.
Yeah, it's been there as long as yeah, it's a weed.
It's a giant weed.
Do I need permission to remove a weed?
Yeah, but I, because of that, I don't.
I just think on the other side of that, if we do put anything in, there's just so much shade from the canopy of the German village trees. I mean, I don't know.
I think you're saying that that wasn't a planted tree, it's just a weed.
Yeah.
Right.
Works for me.
Volunteer, I think.
Yeah.
It's like nobody would plant a tree that close. to
No.
the foundation.
My God, I hope not.
Unless it's a big ornamental bush, that's really.
The only place really you can put a tree is in the corner right there.
Right.
That's,
Yep.
give you some shade in the window, but I'm not saying it needs to go. It's a wee tree, cut it out. It's fine.
Okay,
Okay.
we're good with all that.
So what we at?
So we've got to talk about the sign, talk about the tree. That's it.
Tree approved, sign that.
Just to clarify on the tree, the commission is saying because it's a volunteer tree or just it was
It's-
planted purposely, that's the reason for removal?
It's not a landscape element. It
Okay.
just grew, never cut back. Causing foundation issues.
Thank you.
I would recommend if they cut the street tree out, put a new street tree back in.
Say that again.
If the city does come and remove the street tree, I recommend you put it back in.
Okay.
It'll take 5 years, but.
Yeah, I actually was gonna ask the
Yeah.
city about taking over that front sidewalk planting and let me do something with it, so, yeah,
You can if you meet their guidelines.
yeah. They've taken over 2 years it's been marked for removal for over 2 years, yeah.
In the cold, it's not a shade tree, so.
Thank you.
All right, so.
Okay,
Amend the
so
application,
we're gonna amend the application.
amend applications for the signage to not have a secondary sign.
Yeah.
And to instead have a window graphic.
Or move it,
Or put it in place of the law.
the grandfather, yeah. We'll amend it, one way or the other.
Do we need to? We don't know what the final sign is gonna be. My recommendation is we either continue the whole application, we've already got our feedback on
That's
this,
right.
or we split it. I think could be the best for you.
Whichever is fine, easier. I'd rather get the tree separate so I can do the plumbing stuff.
Since.
Yeah.
Do we have to split? I mean, what we can say is they've amended to take their sign out and they're going to come back with a decal to be approved. Which will be the next agenda. I don't think we're gonna lose any time by doing it.
If it's a new application, then it would be tomorrow.
Okay, so.
For
Yeah. That's
materials.
so
Okay, we'll split it.
split it, we'll get you the tree, and then we continue the sign.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, on item GB 2309-041, 592 South Third Street, I move to amend the application into 2 parts. Part A being the tree and part B being the signage issue.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, on GB 2309-041, Part A, 592 South Third Street, the tree removal, I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against?
Aye. None, yes, that was all I
Yeah, he's for, okay.
was late.
Against? None, motion passes.
It's getting late.
Yeah.
GV 2309-041, Part B, 592 South Third Street, regarding the signage, I move to continue.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you much.
Thank you very much.
All right, on to item number 525, GV-23-09-042, 749 South Mazzell. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Your name, sir?
Eric Gale.
Thank you. Cool.
This is a landscaping application to remove 2 hackberry trees and 1 mulberry tree with the condition of trees. And then to consider the 5 hornbeam trees planted in 2019 as replacement trees for 3 approved trees. The trees were approved for the installation in 2019 as GB-19-5-8 in May of 2019 as a staff approval. GB-19-5-8 also includes the removal of 3 hackberry trees. The staff analysis. At the September business meeting, the commission had no request for additional information from the applicant. Staff notes the COA from 2019, which is GB-19-5-8, is included in the materials packet. Staff recommendation, staff recommends that the commission offer feedback into the application to allow the applicant time to select an appropriate tree replacement. The basis for staff recommendation is through 11613, standard for site improvements A.
Anything else to add?
In 2019, we
planted 5 hornbeams and 4 magnolia, sweet bay magnolia. So there's 9 that were were planted in 2019. Also, the 2 hackberries and the mulberries, from what I've been told, are weed trees. They weren't planted there. They, we have been trimming them on our side for years, but they grow like crazy, and they just grow in not only our yard, but our neighbor's yard to the north, to the west, and they're just a nuisance, and and we also submitted an application for a replacement fence.
Questions, comments from the commission?
The, sorry, so what's it? The first part of the work description was to replace the dilapidated fence.
Thank you for pointing that out. The fence removal, not fence removal, fence replacement, can be a staff approved item, so we'll look for that tomorrow and get back to you if you need anything else before we get to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So are the hackberries on your property or the neighbor's?
Well, they are on the neighbor's side of the fence. We thought for the last 15 years, they were the neighbor's property. We have been trimming them on our side, but the former owner of that property on 3rd Street refused to trim them or didn't trim them, so they've just been growing like crazy up and on that side, but we've been trying to go up the property line. Anyway, our neighbor to the south recently had doing some construction, so recently had a survey done. And he discovered that his property line was back farther than the back fence. So we also had a survey done, and the survey said that the trees were actually on our property. And so this was a huge surprise because they've been they've been a huge nuisance for us.
Been on the other side of the fence.
Yes, they're on the other side of the fence, but they're actually, apparently our property extends 4 feet from that fence.
Are you planning on, so I know that this fence is gonna be separate staff approval. Are you gonna move the fence to the property line? If the trees go away, is that the plan?
Yes.
Are the trees in the way?
Yes.
After we just made somebody reconsider keeping a tree, I gotta. Why this is different.
I know it's a business meeting. My comment was using, at the time, the information we had at the time was trees were in a previous application to replace trees that got cut down prior to that. Here's the information now, more trees were put in than were taken out. And we're going to,
The ratio is 9 replacement trees for the 3 that were removed.
right, so the question is, if it was 9 for 3, do we consider the excess money in the bank for these other ones?
Yeah.
So there's a net gain, is what you're saying.
Yeah, net gain still.
The smaller trees, the new trees are smaller.
I mean, I personally worry about the hackberries, and the mulberry fell a few years ago. Part of it fell into the old neighbor's yard and it stayed there for a long time. But because the hackberries have been on the property line, we've been trimming our side, but the old neighbor hasn't. And whenever a storm comes, I just sit and watch, and it's just, I feel like it's gonna come down soon. And so does, and I mean, that's why I think why, Davey put in that email that, they're worried about potential property damage too.
Let's see, TVs.
It's page 13 email.
Okay.
I mean, these are also volunteer trees, which I thought that you just said that the last.
I tried to make a clarification. It wasn't that it was a volunteer. It was that it wasn't a shade tree. It's not, it's not contributing to the canopy of the village. With hackberry mulberries being the height they are, being the size they are, they contribute to the tree canopy of the village and the city. And I have a hackberry. Hate it.
Well, I mean, what do we do with the hornbeams? I mean, they're just not gonna, the hackberries are just, they're just growing into them. I mean, we just put these hornbeams in and it's just a constant struggle.
Might be my way. Like, we're trying to get we improve the hornbeams to replace the other trees. The hackberries are preventing those hornbeams from really growing.
So we should approve the hackberries coming down when we approved the hornbeams going in.
You didn't know they were on this property.
Okay, good point.
I think all the circumstances gets me there.
Like, you suddenly inherited these trees.
Yes, and I'm worried about liability. I mean, like, they're just not, they're lopsided. I don't know how else to describe that.
And I wish David Tree had addressed that. That would have been great. They did.
Well, and they, I thought they were, I mean, they have this nipple gall that falls all year round and berries.
I'm there with the circumstances around the tree, the other trees and the property line and everything else.
I get there.
I'm there.
Motion, Mr. Chairman.
I will take the motion.
GV 2309-042, 749 Lozelle Street. I move to approve as submitted.
Second.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Against? I say the motion passes.
Thank you.
Well, I think the critical piece there is all the parking pieces, hackberries blocking the other ones that were small.
And we was not aware they were on this property at the time.
All the parts and pieces come together.
This is a remedy.
It's a one-off condition. It's not what's the word I'm looking for? My brain's fried. I don't know. Sorry. You know. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe folks have come in. I don't know if, item 19 is here. If you want to look at that before we go to.
Item 19, 158 Jackson. Okay. Item 19, GB-23-09-036, 158 Jackson. Ready, Jackson? No?
I guess they didn't
No?
come in.
Oh, you must start, that was you. Okay, going back to the computer. Your item number 26. 747 City Park?
Yes.
Item number 26, GB-23-09-043, 747 City Park Avenue. Please raise your right hands. You're good already. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, the truth?
Yes, sir.
Your name is?
Randy James.
Thank you. Let the record show the other applicants are sworn previously. Cool.
This is a conceptual application for new construction on the ADU. To construct a new 40-foot by 20-foot 6-inch by 20-foot 1-inch additional dwelling unit at the rear of the property fronting Pearl Street with untapped garage. To pour 100 square feet of concrete for the garage apron. Materials are to include a black aluminum glazing system for the second-story windows, black metal cable railing, a CMU wall, a wood paneled garage door, cement board siding, new casement and fixed windows from the approved list, exterior fiberglass man door, ADUs to have 2 parking spaces in the garage and 1,070 square feet of living space in the first and second floor, and the second floor is to have an outdoor balcony area. Staff analysis, the commission has reviewed a previous submission for a carriage house at 747 City Park Avenue. In the past, was GB-22-12-035, and is conceptual review with a similar design to this one in June of 2023 as GB-23-06-044. The following is taken from the approved June 2023 Drummond Village Commission hearing minutes. Commissioner comments. Some commissioners discussed that code may require this unit to be considered a complete ADU, even if there's not a full kitchen in the space. The commission requested a street study showing the new carriage house will be shorter than the neighboring properties. The standards for new construction emphasizing massing, materials, and detailing are the areas where the commission should consider the design. The commission discussed if the 2 garage doors would fit rather than 1 large garage door. It may be helpful to provide context as to why only one door would work with the design. The commission discussed the width of the lot may be a factor for the garage doors. Some commissioners felt the design was a modern take on a traditional design and referenced some similar properties throughout Drummond Village, but no specific addresses were provided at that time. The cinder block could be viewed as a historic material for a garage. Other commissioners felt the design did not fit in with Drummond Village's typical style. Some commissioners discussed how the proposed carriage house and landscaping may lead to other overdevelopment of the lot with building and hardscaping. Commissioners discussed the reduction in parking with 4 parking spots being needed to accommodate the carriage house. Could there be parking agreement with the neighbor? Staff recommendation, the staff recommends the commission offer design feedback that can be utilized by the applicant to further refine a proposal for review at a future DVC meeting. The basis of the staff recommendation, noting that no action is required, is 311612, standards for new construction, C, D, F, and K. Drummond Village guidelines, new construction for garages and outbuildings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15.
Anything else to add?
Yeah, I do have a landscape drawing, that I'd like to present that's been revised since the last submission, if it's okay to. Sure. So, one of the comments, and we're intent in addressing each of the comments that we received in June as a way to continue our sort of process of understanding the project from the commission's point. So I'd like to start with this particular thing, which is just lot coverage. So what we did is showing in the top the existing landscape plan and then the proposed landscape plan. And this is solely to understand sort of the lot coverage concern that was commented by Karen McCoy at the last meeting. So one of the things that we decided to do was remove some of the existing patio to improve the actual grass portion in the lower plan on plan 2. The previous area, the existing landscape, also has an existing gravel that is being currently used by parking. That would be removed, of course, for the accessory dwelling unit. So this was just a sort of a demonstration of how those portions would be adjusted to allow for additional unbuildable area or grassed or planted area. From the last proposal in June, we also removed some additional planters that we had in, as well as a stone bed that we had as an accessory planting area. So we removed all that for landscaping and lawn area. So that's just to address those areas. We also took an evaluation of, I don't know if you can go to the site plan. The site plan just kind of showing right there the areas to the north. We did quick calculations of those lot coverages for those 2 parcels to the north, understanding that they are split in half. But their percentages are now comparable, or our percentages are comparable now to the dwelling units to the north, which is the one on the west side would be 36.9%. One on the right side is 38%. And I think, I don't know if you can zoom in where ours is, that we're comparable to those numbers now. So that was just one. I know Karen's not here tonight, but it was one of the items that we wanted to cover and address in our discovery. The next item that we would like to talk about is the garage door. If you go to the garage door elevation. So I think we talked about before, because the lot is more narrow than most of the lots in German Village, it's just no way that we could get two individual garage doors, which is really what the guidelines would like to have and like to see. In order to get maneuverability and keep the two parking spaces, we would need a single garage door. So we investigated, kind of came up with an idea that perhaps if we could make the garage door look like it was two garage doors, it might satisfy some of the concerns of the commission, so that it creates a better view of two garage doors. We're also aligning that with sort of the elevations on the second floor, so that it helps break up the facade as well. So we're trying to look at how the lines align, and create a better rhythm for the facade. So that was addressing the garage door concern. The next, if you go down to the next image, further one more down. So we also did a street study. I know that we're right on the edge of the historic district, and while we understand that the German Village Commission is really interested in keeping within context of the village, totally appreciate that. It's sort of our purview that we really want to understand what the streetscape is and what the conceptual nature of that street is. So what we did is, it's a little unusual to look at it this way, but if you look at the street and look exactly what's across the street, that basically is what we did, is we took the street and basically folded it down into a plans or elevation study. Looking at the building across the street, which is much more of a square composition. Obviously the building further to the north is a two-story, more modern take on that tradition. And then the building to the south, again, is back into the gable two-story. As far as the context on our street, we're working with 2.5 stories. We're well below those stories, but if you look sort of where the line is of our flat roof, it pretty much aligns across where that flat chimney is. If you can go to the left and to the right. So we're looking at sort of the gable to the left, not the gable, but where the straight gable is, the long side. There you go, right there. And then to the left side where that chimney comes across. You kind of see those contextually. We are not putting the gable on because I'm also trying to respond to the bungalow, which this house, or which this additional accessory dwelling unit is also trying to respond to the existing house. And I don't know if there's a really good picture, but I do have that picture too, I can share with you. This is the bungalow that we're trying to respond to. Pass it down. So this is the main house. It's it's only really a story and a half if you look at it. So we're trying to also respect the height of that, the bungalow. That's the back of it, yeah. So those are the kind of the street studies. We also recently been involved with a project on 3040 Columbus, which is further down the street. I don't know if you're able to drop the little man at 3040 Columbus, which is further down on City Park. Down here. Just on the corner, yeah, right. This one?
I believe that was the lot combination.
Yeah, so I have pictures that, it's on Pearl in Columbus, if that helps.
A little further south.
Oh,
Further
with the
south.
metal windows.
Yes, exactly. Oh, right here.
No.
And it's funny how sometimes there it is, yep, right there. So sometimes when you work on projects in the village, one informs another project. So that's across from the church. So we recently, and I have sort of that doesn't give a good picture, but this is these are the metal windows that we're trying to replicate now on that project, which are larger windows. So we were taking all of these as cues as to how to address this additional dwelling unit. It's a project type that is, as you know, wasn't part of the history of German Village, so it's a new project type, and we're just trying to understand all the ways that we can take cues from the village within the surrounding context of the neighborhood and apply it to this particular project in a more modern way. Obviously, it's a garage. It has living space above that is being used by the owner as an accessory. The current bungalow is fairly small, doesn't have a lot of, it has living space, it has a bedroom. Doesn't have a lot of extra stuff, like you're not gonna have a gym or a fitness area that you can do workouts. Randy and Micah like to work separately, but at home. So one of the areas in the dwelling unit or accessory unit would be for a work area. So these are the items that we're all kind of looking at for the project. Regarding the materials, the existing bungalow that you see there it's what would you call it? Heavily painted
brick.
Heavily painted brick. It's not stuccoed, it's heavily painted brick. It's very nice. The additions that have been put on the building are a siding material. I don't know that it's hardly panel. I would say if it would.
It's just a wood, like a board and batten.
Board and batten. So we're taking cues from that. On the adjacent side, if you look at the street elevation of what those foundations are. So we talk about foundations, of what that looks like in a building. You can see the water, and it's not even a water table, it's a heightened foundation where on the buildings what would be to the north of the building that we're proposing. They are more concrete masonry units, as well as across the street, which is why we're using that sort of as the base. I did talk to my clients. I think they'd be accepting of other materials, but we're just looking at a base material and then the upper level being a different material. And we're really thinking of a cement board panel type of product. And then the last page is really sort of a precedent set series of images that we've been drawing, understanding from Mark Hour's projects were brought up last time, if you want to go to that last page. I did speak with him. His project is there in the center with the gray, sort of the gray with the overhang double garage door. And I talked to him at length about his projects. And while I appreciate sort of the architecture and how that was approved, I think some of it is a little heavy-handed with the sort of the heavy canopy. It kind of reminds me a little bit more of a Western storefront, and I don't think that's what we want to do here. I think we want to create something that's a little bit more elegant and understand what an ideal porch is. If you go to the 3/4 view of the garage, we're really looking at that second level as the porch because we can't put a front door on the alley. We're really stuck because of the width of the lot to have those front doors on the side. That really acts as our porch to the front. And the windows are set back so that, and that's the back of that's facing the bungalow. that is definitely a porch. Larger, almost the full way across. And then we also think about sort of like garden trellis on the side, allowing for green vining. And that's more about trying to create some obscurity from the neighbors to the south, because there's no room to put a tree. So we want to be able to vine that so that we don't have sort of any contextual problems or visual problems to the south. We're trying to create, we are putting horn beams to the south on the landscape to kind of help also create privacy for the owners. Might be able to see that on the site drawing, I'm not sure. But it is definitely on your landscape plan that you have in front of you. So that's kind of what we've been sort of talking about and working through. Would appreciate comments to help us sort of come to a you know, sort of goal solution discussion.
Open to questions, comments from the commission. Got a couple, but I have to go first.
I can wait.
To respond to a couple of things I heard you say, you were talking about the low water table on adjacent properties. Look at specifically the property to the south, I think you highlighted. The front facade, it's addressed stone as opposed to a block.
Yeah.
Along the sides, it's rubber foundation. Put the money where the primary facade is, obviously.
Right.
So I get block can be the language of garages. But trying to use block to speak to address stone, but then using the full height of the first floor, I think a little troublesome.
Too much. Okay.
The big block structure, kind of catty corner across the street.
Sure.
If you go back and do a little timeline or just back to 2016, maybe, that structure existed previously. Totally different roofscape. They basically chopped the entire top of the building off and put a second floor up there, which got us to what's there now. That's what was there originally. More of the, say,
sawtooth,
industrial,
yeah.
more simplified. Was there, and then you kind of punched a couple openings to do up this one. So that's the history of that property. What's there now? It's out of the district, which is why that is what it is. That would never happen to a property in the district. I will say that the idea of ADUs, obviously it's the hot button item right now.
Sure.
And I've been doing a lot of fact finding, soul searching on where I land on ADUs. District is R2F, so opening a can of worms. It's by code, we allow essentially two full structures. Where code bites us is parking, obviously, which is a whole discussion right now across the entire city. The guidelines speak to the architecture, to the massing material details. Obviously, when you get into a more modernist, contemporary, this style design, we start varying 1, 2, 3, we start getting potential problems. It's not going to be a straight up and down vote. Obviously, none of these kind of projects are ever on. The ones that get through are usually squeaking by. You've got 4 on the commission right now. We're severely shorthanded. We're trying to get the bodies voted in.
Sure.
So I'm just warning you, it's probably going to be an even tougher path right now to get something like that through the commission. I'm saying you can't, just warning. Not sure how I feel about it. I like the design. Not sure if I think it's appropriate for the village.
Or for the cottage, the house that
It's short in the cottages, but I think we've had this conversation before of is it a garage? Is it a dwelling? Is it a garage? Is it a dwelling? What's it trying to be? And there's language that you're telling us of its front doors, porches, it's dwelling. We're calling it an ADU, but we're trying to make block and garage. I'm not sure it knows what it wants to be. And one of the things we talk about when you're really more about additions, we talk about it, is you walking down the street. One of the things I think Germanville has been successful over the years is you walk down and you kind of see something in the corner of your eye and you stop. It's like, wait, did I see something new back there? The new doesn't jump out at you. When we're talking about new structures, obviously this style design is going to jump out. So design should be complementary to what is there. And I think right now we're looking at mass material details, all three being altered, and it's standing out as this is me singular as opposed to part of the streetscape. And that's always going to be a challenge with this type of design. The examples that were provided of other structures, I'm sure if you poll the commissioners here, there are some strong opinions both ways on those. I will say some of them, I think were successful. I think there's at least one on there that I look back on and I'm like, can't believe we always have some that we best intentions and then after it's done, we wish we wouldn't have done it. So I think the garages down below, I think the one in the center, I think is a well done one. It's not mass. Things were broken apart to kind of get everything to scale.
Right.
It reads as two accessory garages, one even being accessory to the other garage. On the right, I kind of call that the Bill Hugus special. It's what Bill has done with some of his designs that kind of set things back so he doesn't look like a giant mass on the streetscape. The very success and different details of that. What we're trying to prevent is on the far left where you have kind of the two hat dormers on both sides. That's what we don't want to do. Your property having a small cottage as the primary structure.
Right.
We don't want additions to primary structures to overwhelm. And so I think that is a potential avenue for having on this project, this site, of having a structure on the rear. So those are kind of my broad brush comments on where it's at currently.
Well, I really appreciate that because sort of you pointing out some of these items, definitely I'm seeing what you're seeing and which helps me obviously work through this. Regarding the parking, I know one of the comments last time was talking about a long-term lease. I did actually investigate that a little bit. I guess it's acceptable per City of Columbus zoning for commercial projects, but they wouldn't allow that for residential. So, but we did check on that. Sure. So we did try that route. Anybody else comments or feedback that I can use?
Was there a comment previously? I can't remember at all about it. From previous of a carriage house behind a cottage.
It's always a discussion.
We've had that conversation a lot.
I think the two sides of that conversation are historically cottages don't have carriage houses. It's not the design of the site.
That's why we call it an accessory dwelling unit. And then we went to the City of Columbus also to define what dwelling unit was and what was considered habitable and non-habitable. I mean, I think at that point you're, in my mind, you're just splitting hairs because it's a definition that people have different interpretations of. There's living space above a garage. Let's just call it that. It is what it is.
I think the impact is the park.
Say again.
The impact is the parking.
I don't want to get too deep for rabbit hole parking. Got a big heated debate the other day with some colleagues in the village. And the conversation was on their standpoint is, well, the parking study that had been done in the past by the city, by OSU, whatever, shows no parking problems whatsoever. And you look at the data and it's all taken during the day when the residents are gone. It's never, or it's taken by people late at night when everybody's already parked. It's that twilight hours where the businesses are still active and the people are coming home. And that's where everything starts to get congested. By midnight, it all settles down, you park where you can park. I will say, my personal opinion, driving up and down City Park for other reasons, myself, over the years. This far down City Park, I don't typically see a whole lot of cars there, but I can't just say that's gonna be my decision because it's my observation.
Certainly.
Maybe a parking study could help. Personally, I think one car for an ADU, one car for the primary, one car on the street could be okay, but we start getting some of these portions of the neighborhood that are very small lots, that one car per property, one on the street starts really adding up. You don't have the big lots.
Absolutely. Regarding the base material, so I'm intrigued by sort of that discussion. I mean, I kind of reviewed the material list within the guidelines. I mean, it's difficult to put it says a lot about putting in making sure that the foundation is expressed. Then using, some of it's masonry or a different material, really trying to limit the materials on this. Is there any direction on materiality that we can take back to consider?
Maybe.
Got nice talk to it.
Wasn't there another carriage house of similar design that had that recessed porch
There was one,
facing the backyard? I said, great, before build it.
Backyard, yeah, facing the backyard.
Facing the backyard.
as opposed to facing the.
Yeah.
Right.
But
The
then
guy, I'm sorry. go ahead.
they've also got, I'm just trying to remember what was facing the street. Cause I remember the.
Yeah, gable roof,
Facing the backyard.
had a gable roof with 2 or 3 windows.
Yeah, the challenge with the gable roof, because we looked at that, the only way to get really usable square footage, because it's so narrow, we'd be taller than the bungalow, which we're really trying to respect.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay. So, number one, your elevation of the street, I loved. I wish everybody did that. And I think it is an absolutely handsome design and structure. However, for German Village, I'm gonna go to chapter 3116 of the Columbus Code. .014, which defines intrusion. Means an object, site, or structure which detracts from a listed property's or district's significance because of its incompatibility with the sense of time and place and historical developments, or its incompatibility with scale, materials, texture, or color. I think that's where I find that this is not appropriate. In all of those characteristics, we talk about massing, window open rhythms, sizes, etc., and material usage. And usually if we can live with 1 or 2, we're good. You can vary the third one. I think this, as Anthony said, varies all 3. And it's just visually not appropriate. I'll speak to the examples you used. I called the upper left one an intrusion and voted against it. The middle one on the bottom, the garages, I am so tired of it, explaining to people, they want to know what neighborhood that landed from. Everybody, just the common person knows it doesn't belong there. That is a giveaway to me right away that something should not have been approved. I feel the same way about the upper ones, right ones too.
There's discussion about in the commission guidelines about designing to the age and designing with current materials. But I mean, it sounds as though that it's difficult to manage sort of those comments and then, I mean, kind of create a rhythm that is, we actually had looked at doing something with a gable roof and using better materials. And we ended up getting this very strange gabled winged building that just well, we got square footage. It just, I mean, it looked worse than just doing a regular, just couldn't get the square footage to work. So you got a stair in there. You basically had a building for a stair. That was it. It's a challenging site. But I can appreciate what you're saying.
No additional comments. I do love the design. I love how the structure expresses itself. But I have to agree with everyone that it just doesn't quite fit within the fabric of that street or German Village. Even if we were to consider adjusting the massing with the CMU below.
So if we talk about the massing, if we can go back to the sort of the Pearl Alley side. I mean, it's really and I know you never see a building this way, right? You never see it in elevation. It's a box. In your interpretation, a massing for this then would require a gable or some type of a roof that would fit in? Or would it be more so about the windows and the glazing rhythm at this point? Because we can only do so much, right, with what we've got. We've got a very narrow lot. I need to have side yard setbacks, and I need to be able to walk from the alley to the house. I can't make it any smaller.
If I could just I'll walk through some of the things that jump out from those three.
Yep, sure.
So
that.
The form of the buildings is gable on the street. That's obvious aside from them on purpose.
Sure.
I'm not saying it has to be gable. I'm saying that's the language that's happening right now.
Sure.
Triangular, pointed, narrow top, wide bottom. Yours is flipped that. You're wider on top than the bottom. It's boxy. That's just part of how this design is. You look at the fenestration, everything is ordered, very symmetrical, not symmetrical with this design. So it's speaking against that. Materials, brick. Block and whatever we're gonna put up top. So it's like everything you want to look at to compare to, it doesn't match anything else, which is what makes it stand out so much. Which makes it a good looking building anywhere else.
Sure. Right. I mean, I'm thinking of some other buildings, I'm trying to think as an example, I mean, the boxy massing without the little offset. Probably okay if your window rhythm was more symmetrical like the other ones.
Got it.
And the material was the use of only one or two in an unequal proportion, or you're using the masonry part low just for the bottom couple of feet, and the rest of it was siding, whatever, and the flat roof still works. Granted, it's still different from what's there, but it's not that alien.
Understood.
And I'm picking up on your comment there of everything else. You have that water table and the foundation below. You've got the main material, the brick. Then you have a kind of pointed roof. You just kind of break it into three pieces. This one's only two. I think that might be part of what's making it.
Yeah, part of it.
Even on the big blocky one across the street.
Sure.
You still have those three levels. It's still breaking it up to not be so monolithic.
Okay.
Does that help?
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Bottom line, I still like the building, I get
it.
We could have a lot of land outside your village. We did all these designs and put them there. Great.
To me, this is built at the shore.
I appreciate that.
All right.
Yep. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the
Appreciate it.
feedback. We appreciate it.
No action needed, it's conceptual, so we'll go ahead and jump into item number 27. PB-23-09-044, 228 Reinhardt. We don't need to swear the applicants in, they've been sworn in previously, so we'll go ahead and jump, and we'll let you read it in.
This is the conceptual application for new construction. To construct a two-story addition and a one-story open porch to rear the existing home. Construct a new 1.5-story garage with suitable space above. The house addition and garage to have toward on siding. The connector portion to have painted flat panels. Staff analysis is the this meeting. The commission had no request for information from the applicant. Staff would recommend the applicant work with building and zoning services to remove the list of variances that would be required. Staff knows the large amount of lot coverage proposed. Staff also would like to apologize to the applicants for not placing your applications together on the agenda. Just noting that, yeah.
Thanks.
The staff recommendation, the staff recommends the commission offer design feedback that can be utilized by the applicant to further refine the proposal for review at a future GBC meeting. The basis for staff recommendation is there's no action required. There's 3111611 standards for alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3111612 standards for new construction A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, and N. German Village guidelines for additions 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. German Village guidelines for new construction for garages and outbuildings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15.
We have a house on the park, kind of very simple, straightforward kind of gable structure, but some really nice detailing in the front with the front porch and the gable ends. So we're just trying to do an addition on the back that's, defers to the main house. So keeping, again, very simple shapes, the gable, by keeping the same kind of horizontal siding material, but separating the two with a connector that would be, maybe just a paneled look. But I'm anticipating that it'd all be painted the same, just so it's a texture difference rather than like a material difference. Because we had thought about, gable end, there's shakes, but that would be too much to kind of put shakes on this connector piece. It would look a little forced. But in terms of addressing the alley side, we're doing a small porch that kind of on the first floor kind of engages the main house and ties it into the addition, and then there's a porch on the back of the house. And then we're also talking about doing a kind of a small garage with a room above, a little studio space above it. So.
And in that space, it's just a kitchenette and a.
Yeah, it's one. Oh, yeah. So it's.
Question for you. Slide number 10. Is there a foundation there or structure previously on the back of that lot, or is that just curbs?
It's a poured concrete something. Probably not curb. Probably some kind of shed or garage.
Yeah, there's you see the kind of the foundation on the right hand side.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it's like a foot away from the property line. And then I think whatever was built was kind of just added in over the years, and I'm not sure what happened to it. So,
my thought for you, if there's a evidence of a footprint that's already there, might want to look at taking advantage of what historic precedent is there for the size of your structure.
no, we could look at that.
Sanford map site.
Sometimes the problem with that is if it's too close, we can't have openings, and so
I get it.
or rangs. So,
but right now you're having 3 feet, 3 feet. You're on the alley on one side. Doesn't make sense. We're having an extra 3 feet. Use the historic context to make.
yeah, it's a good idea. We could look at that too.
Don't always say to go bigger, but.
Is the side door on the east elevation, is that existing?
The side door, no, that's a window now. We
Okay.
turn that into a door. So the openings on that side don't change. We would just lengthen that one to become a door.
That is If you notice from the existing rear elevation, somebody put a shed addition into the back part of this L. So that window is in that addition.
No, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, you could see.
Do you know what the age of it is?
Old. I mean, the siding is continuous. I think it was very
It is
early.
the frame.
It's odd, or while they were building it, they said, oops. So,
But it was gorgeous.
that's what I was wondering too, so that would make sense.
More typical.
And then maybe a long time ago they enclosed it. So.
Yeah.
They did a good job, changing all the windows and the siding.
So on item, or slide 10 again, the rear elevation. I'm struggling to see picture, slide down. Slide, go down 5 more.
On the garage.
There you go. I'm trying to understand what, or even the next slide actually is better. What are we touching, attaching? Struggling to turn the
We're
elevation.
sitting, so that back addition, you see now, we're sitting in from both sides of it with our connector. So you
Okay,
could
so
look at
what's-
this, you can see it on the site plan.
Okay, so everything on the addition is to the back of it?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And then the only thing that kind of wraps across is that porch on the east side. So.
So the ridge connector on the addition that dies into the back of the house, it's gonna clear all the.
We wanted to clear the windows, but it would be below the main roof.
Okay.
And yeah, just try to keep that. And we're talking about doing, because the main house is slate, just keeping the dual metal roof on this so that it's different, but the color is consistent. So.
I'd like to see a section through that little connector piece, just to see what that.
I know,
impact is.
I had to draw because we were talking about doing kind of this, the attic is not a lot, it's not really tall, it's like 7 foot high. And so, yeah, so doing that thing, it's actually gonna mimic the same kind of shape as what you see in the back of that house now. So it'll be the gable and then it kind of comes down around. So.
Yeah, that's what okay.
Yeah.
So your lower,
That's what's not clear.
lower gable, I'm not sure how you're gonna miss that tiny window up top.
So it'll probably, yeah, it'll probably engage that, so.
Okay.
You're not.
So, so then the garage structure, any questions on that? So right across the alley is a much bigger kind of carriage house structure. So we're taking some cues from that, but trying to be smaller. That building has this kind of gabled dormer. We tried that on ours. It was looking too cutesy and also just too matchy. So we're just kind of a very small shed dormer on ours, trying to keep it just simple.
At first I was wasn't liking those two little shed dormers, but now that looking at it more, it feels like a little backyard mini barn shed that you might see on some of these properties.
Yeah, because we were full in like, yeah, we're doing little dormer gables and dormers on it. When we saw that, it was like, yeah, it didn't look right. So
it feels like an accessory structure.
Yeah, that's what.
Kudos for that. Good with this.
Yep.
So if you think it's a good direction, then we can kind of take back and kind of finesse it. So.
Anything else?
Right now.
There's no of his windows we're gonna be touching except that one, right?
No. All right, thank you again.
Thank you.
Tell you about that.
Item number 28, GB-23-09-045-5882 South Sixth Street. How you doing?
Hey, good.
Right hand. Both of them. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes, sir. And your name?
David Marshall.
Lee.
Tom Eastwood.
This is a conceptual application for demolition and new construction to demolish a single-story addition and construct a new two-story addition and to install a new front porch. Remove the existing alcove in the side elevation and install a new door in the exterior wall. To replace non-original windows and replace with Pella Reserve double-hung wood clad windows. Remove vinyl siding and install new wood siding. Staff analysis, the applicant approached HPO staff requesting information on the history of construction of the historic front porch. Staff provided sandboard maps in the COA from 1972 for removal of the front porch and conversion of the front door to a window. These materials are included in the materials package. At the September business meeting, the commission requested the applicant coordinate all drawings that add a dashed line to indicate what is existing, what proposed. To provide elevation drawings of existing conditions and suggest the applicant provide more photos of the condition of the existing wood siding underneath the vinyl. The commission also suggests the applicant come prepared to discuss how they would differentiate between the old and new construction. Due to the evidence of a historic front porch existing, staff would generally support the reintroduction of the front porch to the structure. The design should be reviewed obviously by the Durham Village Commission. Staff recommendation that staff recommends the commission offer design feedback that can be utilized by the applicant to further refine the proposal for review in a future TDC meeting. The basis for that staff recommendation is there is no action required. Is 31611 standard for alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. 311612 standard for new construction A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, and N. And German Village guidelines for additions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. German Village guidelines for porches and stoops 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Anything else to add?
Yeah, must have attached the wrong ones. When I bring those up, I got two sets. The elevations are a little different now. I got two sets here. And the windows are really, we're not gonna touch any of the exterior trim, so you can see how I updated. You got old and new on there. So the elevations that are showing up, I must have attached the wrong set, the first set by accident. Really, the only thing that's different on these drawings is the elevations. What we want to do is take the vinyl siding that's on right now off. I have a picture in there of the old wood siding that I kind of peeled it back. And we want to match that wood siding on the rest of the house. That addition right there, that's what we want to take off. It is on a crawl space, kind of. You can't get into it really. So we want to make that a full basement and then go up 2 stories and then bring it out another few feet to the backyard and then flush with the outside and match the roof, that gable roof that you see right there in that side, because that was an addition also. So that was already offset from the existing house.
So looking at the Sanborn maps on slide 15, it appears that going back to 1921 and leads probably back to 1891. Property, the portion of the front, 2-story main structure, one story behind.
Mhm.
And that one story was kind of that back addition piece that they could remove, plus that portion.
Turned into a two-story.
Yeah, that got turned into 2 stories somewhere along the line. You can kind of see that in the photo on page 10. You can see that second story. Is
Yep,
on top.
correct.
So the fact that that rear addition is going all the way back to 1891, I would challenge you, if you look at the inside, is there any evidence of that having been replaced over time? And it's not the original, or if it's still the original little one-story structure?
It's possibly been recited or something.
Yeah. If it is historic, it kind of puts it in a different conversation piece.
Yeah, the trim is
Placement.
all different. I mean, there is nothing about that back room that would lead me to believe anything. Even the block work changed.
I wonder if you are able to see any of the interior structure. If there's any.
So there is access from that room. There's a trap door that goes down into the original basement.
Okay.
So we have to open up doors to get down into it. Yeah. So what I'm seeing is, you could go to, yeah, like that picture right there. What I'm seeing is that top piece there, that's an addition above. Like this, I believe that part was there. That's an addition, and then if you slide, I guess it's the other picture, but the other one is off the back, is also the addition. There's an addition past that. Yeah, that one right there.
Yeah.
But all of them over 120 years old.
I really don't think that one is, that back one.
Yes, if you go to Sanborn,
Sanborn shows something being there.
look at the footprint, I think that little back piece, this piece here, that it's set in just like that,
Yeah.
it's about the same scale size. These aren't that accurate, but
Right.
that's there. I think this portion here got the second floor addition, this piece is that back piece.
Okay.
I think if you can look at it, you can find evidence that that piece was taken off at some point and replaced with something newer, which is what's in now. That would be an avenue of, yes, this is no longer historic,
Okay.
but right now, because the footprint now matches the standard,
Gotcha.
we kind of operate under the assumption that it is historic.
Okay. Would I be allowed to put a second story on that? To match it?
There's been precedent for putting second floor additions onto that.
Okay.
How it's done, that's
What's that?
how it's done, architecturally, detail wise.
Well, still expressing the fact that that historic one-story piece
Yeah.
still exists.
Without defiling the architecture of that one-story addition.
Which is what the old second story addition does, keep
Yeah.
that horizontal so you can see it, yeah, it reads as 2 separate things. So whatever detailing is, gotta kind of keep that.
Gotcha.
I guess the other thing that bothers me is like sort of like the continuous roof line. It kind of makes it look like your second story is all built at the same time when it is.
Well, yeah, because that second story was an addition, it was already lower than the other one, that's why I thought we could extend that one.
Nope, you gotta differentiate it.
Got differentiated again, okay.
And the pictures don't really do good justice right now of trying to see. Just looking at this. It's like roof, chop, there's no expression of any overhang, anything else. I don't know if this roof condition is existing.
Yeah, that one is existing, that's existing.
This is all in the same plane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to see in the elevation.
Yeah, that second story addition, which after the 2 little windows
Yep,
that's the end of the house.
correct.
The 2-story.
And then I just added that last part of the roof.
Which, and that's really confusing. That tells us right there that
Yeah.
you gotta do something different.
Yeah, something right
Yeah.
that needs to redo something different, because this was a historic, at some point it's got added on.
Yeah,
I'm assuming probably somewhere before 1971, which makes it more than 50 years old, which makes it historic. So that gets still.
I think it's really old.
Yeah,
70s, they wouldn't have matched all the window frames.
yeah. So my guess is this is definitely historic, the second floor, even though it's an addition at some point. So we gotta treat that sensitively to keep the new addition reading as new.
Okay. So can that, since that's part historic, can that, what's existing be covered in the exact same siding?
It's the addition?
No, as what it is now, because I have, on those ones, I have where those trim boards are different, I have those as board and batten. So, on the drawings though.
More than that.
Yeah, I switched it. We switched it where it came across, where it dropped down here and across here and down here, to where all of that is the lap siding and then this is all board and batten.
First of all, it's more than that inappropriate.
And so right now, the as-built on that elevation, it's all sided.
Right.
This addition reads as something different, even though it's siding, you still have.
Correct.
Correct. What happens back here on the new portion that you're gonna do. Right now, you've got 2-story board and batten.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that. There's gotta be some kind of band board in there,
Okay.
first off.
Yeah.
So that's gonna change kind of how that all reads. If this portion of the first floor stays the same, that's currently board and batten. If we do board and batten, then how does that read differently?
Okay.
So the worry is you start getting a whole bunch of mix and match.
Right.
And it doesn't read together. But at the same time, you don't want it just to read as one solid thing for the architect. Not as a contractor. And that could be a lot of these connectors. So you're coming back, instead of just making it straight, come back, have a small little piece of the building that kind of pops in and pops back out. So that connector piece reads as the divider between the two. That's a pretty common thing down here. It's important to point the guidelines about connectors.
Yeah.
Sometimes projects have used existing additions as the connector if they're already set back in.
Mm-hmm.
So there's ways of using it. You don't have to add a whole new connector on top of a connector,
Okay.
Just some strategies there.
Okay.
What's going on with the side door? You make any modifications to? that?
So we filled out that application, like they called me and said, hey, we need to do this. And so I got the application in quickly and we were starting on some designs and I was eliminating that side door. If you notice that floor plan, we left it. We really like it. We thought it would be a tough sale to remove it, so that's why we left it. But if we can take it out,
No, I think it's a tough sale to remove it.
that's why we left it.
As far as the porch goes, I saw you had a picture in there in the slides.
Yes.
Of kind of a piece of that picture of a porch that was there at one point in time. Any chance we have more?
That's the only one. It was their neighbor sent it, gave it to them.
Oh, you just passed.
Oh, that's it.
Choose that.
Right there.
My recommendation is to cruise up and down the street, look for similar buildings. See if any porches from this angle look similar. If there's some precedent. Try to follow, because a lot of times you see, right now you're showing kind of a porch to the right, it's just a shed porch.
Yep.
Yours is a more.
I kind of put a hip on it thinking that's what it kind of looks like right there. What I was working with.
Yep.
Which one is this house? The one left or the right?
Left hand. So there's other houses of this similar style around.
See if I can find one.
Go drive, see if you find a couple, see what they have.
Sure.
But if you can't find any, then there's historic evidence of there was a porch, putting a porch on.
And that roof works with the windows that are existing.
I mean, you know what, essentially what that porch looked like from that picture, you can explain.
Yeah.
Justify what you're doing.
If you're not, if you pull the siding off, Plan to pull all siding off and bring it back. So you might have some evidence when you pull the outer siding off in that front facade of connection points to the porch roof that might tell you maybe a shadow line or some kind of flashing evidence.
Yeah, I kind of want to have a contract before I start tearing all the siding off.
That's, what's the front door now?
It's all on the side. There's two on the side. So, and we did just recently found out that their sewer is backed up. And so, once I have a contract signed, we're gonna dig up the side yard, remove the brick pavers that are there. And then so we'll have to come back with the landscaping plan, but we'll do that after I get the addition approved.
And what Anthony said about using additions as connectors, like that existing second floor addition that's slightly shorter than the front of the roof portion. Like I wouldn't be opposed if your rear roof was then the same height as the front. And so that existing second floor addition is the short. Yeah.
Don't go higher than the primary roof.
Okay. Oh, I got you. Yeah.
It's not back up.
It's an exception to the rule.
I'd say it's gonna work, but.
No, I'm saying, I kind of think the same thing.
Mhm.
Okay,
What? I should overhang a little bit.
What's that?
I do think that what's happening here is, have it just like cut straight. Almost like that wants to overhang a little bit.
It does.
It's just not. So if you pop this one up, that's, to correct that, don't just.
I think Anthony, it's already there, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, I think the drawings just looks like it's chopped it off.
Yeah,
It's not good for us.
It's, yeah, very minimal. I can't tell.
I don't.
The front has box gutters and the rest is just regular gutters.
Half rounds,
Yeah.
and then box down or K-style down on the 1 story.
So I will look for evidence on that backside, and if not, design with that. Can I bring the one wall out a little bit on the side? That would be the south side. Because that wall's flush, and I'm literally right in the alley. I already checked with the building department. They're okay with me rebuilding that wall.
So the peak wall.
That whole area right there, yeah.
But if it's historical,
We check it beforehand.
Yeah.
If it's there, it's grandfathered and they can't make it.
Right.
Keep the land. But on the other side.
On the other side, yes.
Since right now the.
It's offset by.
Yes, it is. Yeah, so there's options to, what we don't want to do is if you consume that first floor, if it gets removed, you want that back corner of the primary structure to still be red.
Yeah.
You don't want the addition to just kind of come off that corner.
Right.
You can have
That
a
off,
little bit of that
10
back.
inches.
Yeah, and then pop back out
Yeah.
after. I think that's
ideal, okay. It's a narrow house, it's only 16 feet wide. So we're trying to capture as much space as we can.
I have no problem with on the north side, just sticking right flush with it and going.
Okay.
I really don't. I'd rather have it flush than offset it in or out with some stupid 3 inches.
But it's only a couple of feet on that backside.
Yeah. Anything else you're looking feedback wise?
Are you guys okay with the siding, replacement of the windows? They're all,
I love getting artificial siding off buildings and going back.
that's just crappy vinyl.
Better siding. It's always a
Yeah.
good thing. One caution with the window trim, pull that off. Now all of a sudden the window trim is going to be extra proud of what it was there before. So if you're going back to the original wood, or if you're going to put a layer on top of the wood.
That the window trim is the original stuff.
So the siding is,
It butts right to it, yeah. So there's stuff that's rotted on the window trim, so we'll be replacing it, but like for like, and keeping the same details on the top.
Yeah.
Because the current siding is like flush with the.
Yeah, it's terrible.
yeah, we get that siding off, if you restore the wood that's there,
Yeah.
put together in place, that pushes it back in, the detail will get better at all.
Oh, exactly, yeah. And then painting it, we're gonna, come up with the historical color. We're not even there yet. What, my question is on that back second floor, there's a little, 3 foot by 6 foot porch, 3 foot by 5 foot porch. You got that with me? Yes, there.
On the proposed?
Yep.
I think it's all right as long as you make the addition.
Okay, I just want to make sure we were good with that.
It's part of the new construction.
Yeah.
You mentioned something about replacing all the windows.
There's two that I can't, and they're those two small ones. Those, nope, down. Those two are original. Those are the only two in the house that are original. I've gone to every single window and there's all aluminum inside the tracks. They're all replaced.
They're all inserts.
The front doors, the two doors, those are also original. So we're just going to clean them up and paint them. And the transoms, they want me to try to get those working again. Because they're painted shut and
I did, mine took a while.
Yeah, me too.
So great,
yeah,
getting that air out of the house.
yeah. So you can see that picture where my hand is, that's where there's aluminum on all of it.
Yeah, and keep that first floor inset, I think you put that second floor, little inset porch in there, I think that's fine.
Okay. Is there anything else that jumps out at you guys that you'd like to see?
I think you need to have the windows verified by staff.
Yeah,
I'm looking at storms.
I can have somebody come out, I can meet them there anytime.
Yeah, I
It's-
think you need to I'm looking at storms, but I'm looking through the storms and I'm seeing, I think, old windows.
Well, you look at where my hand is, that's that aluminum that's there, they're all that way.
Well, I'm seeing aluminum storms, but it looks like it's over old windows.
Yeah, but my hand is on the inside of the window. That's where the window slides up and down.
Okay.
That's an inside jam. Oh, who do I contact about meeting me out there?
Maybe.
Okay.
We have a window, a person with window expertise on staff, who's will coordinate with to come out.
Just to verify.
Okay.
And staff would like to note that for the brickwork you mentioned for a different application, you'll want to submit an application for that, even if it's just temporary removal, to have have the COA for removal and replacement of the brick.
Well, they're gonna do something different on landscaping,
Okay,
so I haven't crossed that bridge yet.
okay, just letting you know that, yeah, you'll want a COA for that one.
Cool. All right,
Thank you much.
thank you.
All right, jumping ahead, number 29, second to last, GV-23-09-046, 724 Jaeger.
Good evening.
Evening.
Hello.
You're all settled. Right hand. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, truth.
I do.
And your name for the record?
Richard Taylor.
Thank you. Cool.
This is a conceptual application for new construction of an addition. To demolish a single-story historic rear addition as well as the added rear porch. To construct a new two-story addition with the same roof pitch and window style as existing home. The roofing materials to match existing, and the siding and trim would be LP Smart Side or similar. Staff announced the September business meeting, the commission requested clarification on the percentage of lot coverage the new addition will create. Would a variance be needed for lot coverage? Staff recommendation is that staff recommends the commission offer design feedback that can be utilized by the applicant to further refine their proposal for review at future DVC meeting. The basis for staff recommendation and that no action is required is Rule 1.6.11, standards for alteration 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 311612, standards for new construction, A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, and German Village guidelines for additions, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Anything else to add?
I do. Thanks, Nicole, and thank you all for sitting us so late this evening. A couple of things I want to point out. The site plan and floor plan combination that I turned in there, the site plan part of that was based on a drawing that we had from previous owner before we had the survey done. I've also included the survey that we had done, and of course, the house is on the property line or very close to it, which was not what we suspected at first. So just wanted to make sure that you were aware that we were aware of that. The addition that we would like to do is going to replace the existing one-story addition and the existing covered deck in exactly the same footprint. We are certain that the foundation, at least of the addition, is old and maybe even original, because it is the same whitewashed rubble stone, about 18 inches thick. However, we don't know what to make of the addition above it. It has the old drop siding on it. So it is old, but how old we don't know. My suspicion, because it has a massive foundation below it, is that there was something else there previously. But again, we don't know. The porch is clearly added on, and there's no foundation of any note underneath the deck and the porch there. We know that lot coverage may be an issue here. My crude early calculations based on this early design indicate we'd be at roughly 30%. So we're aware of that. The other issue that my clients are interested in having some feedback on this evening, besides the project in its entirety, is if you go to the photographs of the front of the house, there is we're thinking 1930s era panel railing system around the front. They would like that to be more open to increase visibility of the house and to increase visibility of the street from the porch. And we'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on if that could be replaced, what could it be replaced with? And then also at the front of the house, if you look at, again, from the street view, there is some really awkward concrete mess of a sidewalk and steps there. And we're planning on removing all of that and redoing that front walkway so that it is a better fit for the house. That's all I have for it this evening.
Questions, comments, and questions?
I guess the first thing is determine what the one-story addition is on the back, whether it's contributing or not.
Along those lines, the photos don't really show it. Sanborn map, which is on the last 2 pages of the documentation. It shows a one-story addition off the back. It shows that one-story addition offset from the north facade of the primary structure. I'm assuming that's what's there now. If we have a massive foundation, it's probably set back. So barring any evidence that the wood structure was taken down and then built back up, the assumption is that it is historic. It is what is shown there.
Mm-hmm.
And that can sometimes be determined if you get any kind of interior demolition to see stud members, old wood stud versus newer studs. That can kind of help guide that. But the fact that the old drop siding's on it probably means that it's old.
Yeah, expect that.
Kind of like the last application.
Right.
So it looks like there was a house at 722 at one time that was torn down.
Yep.
We had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I know, I'm just curious, because I'm looking at this going, okay, I'm looking, and I don't know how they got, so I think the front porch dates from, is an addition to the house, obviously.
Yeah, so those lots were.
That's where I was trying to go.
Yeah. So the fact that it was 30s, it becomes a historic element on the structure.
You talking about the front porch?
The porch, yeah. So the porch itself definitely, I think it should stay. The panels, not sure if the panels are the 30s or if that's a later addition.
What makes you think the front porch is the 30s?
That's the I don't know when the concrete work was done. I assume it was done before the railing system was done. But that railing system is something that I've seen on suburban homes of a early 20th century vintage.
Okay.
Richard, I can actually answer that if it makes sense, which is the reason we think it's 30s is your historic group did the review, you know, where you pay to have the review, and they said that in the 30s, the owners bought the second lot, and that was when they built the wraparound.
Oh, okay, so that's,
That's from your son, the historic commission.
yep, that gives us a date. Okay, cool.
And Mrs. Simeon, the owner.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the porch itself reads historic. It's that the panel that's questionable. Is that panel historic? Is that come off? Can the center be opened up? I don't know. I don't have the answer for you.
But we had can manage
look for
something with
pictures of
balusters,
it?
perhaps.
Have you looked for older pictures?
We have not.
The side has got tons of pictures. So you may find what the original railing was in those pictures.
Okay. We'll do that. Thank you.
They did a big historical survey in the 80s. You can see a lot of information that would be 40 years plus still at this point. And then they had older photos from events and things back prior to that.
Right.
And people have given old photographs that they found of various buildings that you might find a picture that's got part of your house in it.
So to the addition and the existing shed roofed historic back part of that, what are our possibilities there? If we were to determine that the structure that is old, certainly appears to be, can we build on top of that, remove the shed roof? If we were to do something like that, I would assume that we would then clad the bulk of the structure that we're building, all the structure that we're building in a similar double drop siding as what's on that now.
There's precedent for putting second floor top of first floor additions. Looking at your elevation plans, using that first floor setback as a connector piece that helps that whole back portion addition read right. Looking at the site layout, caution is got the garage back there. It looks like the addition as drawn and planned doesn't cover up the garage too much. So it's important to make sure that still reads for sure. Same conversation came up on a big property down by the park.
Right. That's one of the reasons why the first story on the addition that extends to the north is somewhat transparent.
Yep. And you said you're looking at 30% lot coverage with the additions on?
Well, if I go by the definition of lot coverage for the building, not including the garage and the driveway, then we'd be at about 30%.
It's the building plus the porch is plus the garage, any structure taken up. I think 50 is. If you're under 50.
Yeah, we're easily under 50.
Then we're fine.
So setting aside the historic part for just the purposes of the discussion, thoughts about the massing fenestration?
The roof line. The
We are holding the ridge and the eave down, and once we get into detailed drawings, we could probably drag that down even further.
Yeah, that's always a.
I really don't.
Right now, it's the right up underneath, which is. You get into detailing of the windows, obviously we want to look at historic appropriate trim details for all that.
Correct. My preference would be, while doing that, to keep it as simple as possible.
Well, if that rear one-story addition turns out to be stored, then you'd want to still see it expressed in your petition.
You'll have to change your massing, I think, and stuff. I don't think it's gonna be significant. But I think that little gap there, if it is historic, I think the little gap can go away.
Go to the floor plan for a moment. Yeah. So I mean, if that gap exists, I mean, that offset
Well,
exists.
you're talking about, yeah, okay, so what I'm saying now is, and this is just me.
Sure.
If this, let's say this is your historic thing that you're gonna keep. Somehow it has to be expressed. I think you move this over to here and line it up with the historic piece, and then figure out what this little addition is and how it offsets the historic.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
That's my thinking. It's still expressed that somehow that was there before the other stuff was there.
So maybe the corner that we're saving is the corner of the one-story building, not so much the corner of the two-story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of goes against some of the stuff we said about keeping the back corner, but it's historic already.
Maybe we can do both.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think how you can line one mass up over the other and make it look right.
Yep. That's the fun part of my job.
Yeah.
It's looking pretty good.
Good, thank you. Any other comments?
Simple of approach in this house.
All right.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
Yeah. All right, next application, number 30, GB 23-09-047, 1038 Digger Street. Raise your hand, swear to tell the truth, whole truth, but the truth,
I did.
and your name.
Megan Dixon, Midland Architecture.
Actual application for new construction of an addition. To construct a new two-story addition to the rear of the existing single-family masonry home. The addition is to have metal K-style gutters, a metal roof roll, asphalt shingle from the approved list, hardy board smooth 4-inch 73 painted SW 6236 Grays Harbor, aluminum clad windows, the foundation to be exposed to split base CMU. Existing wood cornice portion windows to be painted. Replace existing front door with a true style French series. The east elevation of the new addition to have a Marvin elevate French entry door with side lights and transom. Elevation to have new concrete steps to the rear yard. Replace the existing lantern on the front elevation with a new gas lantern, and variances will be required. Staff analysis of the September business meeting, the commission recommended coming to the hearing prepared to discuss connectors, opening up the brick wall, and the demolition plan. HPO staff will recommend the addition's height be lower than the main house. Staff recommendation, the staff recommends the commission offer design feedback that can be utilized by the applicant to further refine the proposal for review at a future DVC meeting. The basis for that staff recommendation, noting that there is no action required, is 311611 standards for alteration, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 311612 standards for new construction, A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, and German village guidelines for additions, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Anything else to add?
I will just touch briefly on what changed since the business meeting. I've provided a existing floor plans and a demolition plan of the east facade at the rear where we're adding the addition. So you can see where we are removing masonry and where the connection occurs. I set back the corner of what I'm calling the connection piece to expose the masonry corner of the original house. Also, I've removed overhangs to the north. So one facade is flush and the hip roof follows that line to keep it at a 1-foot overhang all the way around at the north. And lowered the roof pitch to the absolute minimum for dimensional shingles, which is 412, to try and keep it below the existing structure. In addition to that, the overhang that faces Jaeger Street, I've added a rafter tail detail to give that overhang some intent. And the variance that is required is a single variance for the existing setback to the structure at the north. There's a 1 foot setback, and that is required because we are adding more than 50% of the existing square footage.
I'll throw out the first elephant in the room for you. I know Ned will be on this one. On page 5, the demo plan. On the east elevation, you're showing blowing a hole through the back of the house. Part of the mission of preservation is that in the future, if somebody wants to take off an addition to bring it back to original states, we should do that. And when we tear holes in facades, you can't. Granted, once it's interior space, it's out of our purview. But when we see this on plans, it gives us pause. So see where, so if the plans show keeping the man door, using the man door for pass through and keeping the rest of the facade in place, what you do with it after that, after it's enclosed, is up to you, of the client.
Yeah. I mean, our intent would to limit the opening from existing outside masonry opening to outside masonry opening so we can maintain lintels and exposed brick, and happy to salvage windows or doors to be stored in the basement if.
Just take it down to the masonry openings.
Right, correct.
That would be the appropriate thing to do from a preservationist point of view.
Yeah, I've done that in the past with HRC.
So I'm trying to understand your mass. Second floor of your addition at the southwest corner hangs out?
Yes, it overhangs 4 feet there. What we were trying to do is match the rhythm of all the additions at all the other Italiantes along Yeager Street there. This is the last home in that series that doesn't have an addition. All of them are showing, you know, a very simple elevation there with stacked double hungs, and we're trying to maintain that rhythm. This one being slightly different, we are overhanging it. Initially, it was to imply a point of entry, but given that that would be a third and kind of a useless or excessive entry point, it's overhanging a double hung window, which is then we're expressing that overhang with the rafter tails underneath, which I see a lot in German Village when there is an overhang.
Opposed to it.
It's very odd.
I think when you're looking at Yeager, you're not looking at it where you're seeing it from the south side so much. You're seeing it at that 2 dimension. I think seeing it from this depiction might look odd.
So, and then okay, so.
And the reason why the bottom footprint doesn't align with that is because we want this sort of glass connection piece that connects the old house to an addition. So.
And I wish that connection went up 2 floors.
Mhm.
That's probably what's driving me more nuts about it than the overhang the other way.
Yeah.
Is that the connection piece doesn't read true.
Yeah, it creates a lot of.
So let me ask you this, because
Useless
this is affecting the other side also. Because you've got your roof coming out of that southwest corner, and then it goes across the connection, and then it cuts back and then picks up the other corner. What if you treated this differently so that corner, the connection roof went back to, I don't know if you can see, but here. Oh. Actually, make this the square of your roof. Connection piece goes back here, and then treat this overhang differently so it stands out from this side, and all the other sides
Okay.
with your roof. I mean, gable end, I don't know what, but I'm just saying, why rather go through all this and this? Just make this your strong piece, make this your connector roof, and then make the corner stand out. You're doing it from underneath with the rafter tails. Do something funky with the roof there.
I get your point. I just would want to make sure I'm in line with all the other additions there that I think other than the modern one that's maybe 3 doors down, they're sort of expressed with the corner there of the roof.
Yes. So why do you feel you have to do that?
Because we're in German Village.
But that doesn't mean you have to. The other ones aren't setting standards for this one.
You eliminate the overhang and just have the closet entered from the.
The overhang is kind of essential. I can look at maybe a different expression with the roof.
Think of the houses along this strip. They each have addition, but they all do it in a slightly different way.
Yeah.
So I think take inspiration from them if you want. But I think it should be its own thing.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I would love to simplify the hip roof so it's
Less costly, but gives you trade-off. You can do something impactful. You've done something with the under part, do something with the top too.
okay. I will definitely take that into consideration.
There's the one house along here that bump out an angle. Another one, I think they have more modern styling on it. So it's like each one has its own little flair. Have your statement piece on it.
Yeah, and some of them come proud of the existing brick structure, which we're not doing. So I felt like
Thank you.
there's space for the overhang.
Thank you. That's simplify the roof and just up in that corner.
Okay. I think my only question for you when I return for next month, do you guys require additional drawings such as eave details or ignore the hardy thing? I'll come back with Boral. I heard that whole conversation. And for windows for new additions, do you approve the elevate line or does it need to be ultimate?
Approved list, isn't it?
Is it the?
It's on the approved list, but
Composite.
it's a vinyl clad wood interior. It's Marvin's new vinyl clad line.
We don't have any vinyl. There's fiberglass and aluminum clads. We don't have any vinyl clads.
The elevate is on the approved list. Is it fiberglass? Is that what it, am I? What did I base this?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Which manufacturer?
It's Marvin Elevate.
Integrity, Marvin Infinity, Marvin Ultimate, and I know that window line names have changed. So I don't see that on here. Check.
So you're referring to the Marvin, you said Marvin Elevate? Is it? So if you go down to the.
It's right there. Formerly Integrity.
Yeah, so, it was, that's what I thought it was. It's approved only for new construction, so I think she's asking for clarification on.
Yeah, if additions qualify as new construction, because we're not replacing existing windows. This is part of new construction. I'm sorry?
Additions do not qualify as new construction.
Okay, so we will come back with the ultimate series then. And then just my other question regarding additional drawings or details I would want to provide.
Elevation, sketch plans.
Typically a wall section.
Yeah, I imagine through that overhang part would be
Yeah.
sufficient. Okay. Okay.
And cuts for any light fixtures and whatnot.
Yeah, I believe those were in there.
The faux shutters.
Yes, what I was proposing there was a vertical beadboard actually, to kind of break away from the horizontal I've seen them on some of the carriage houses, where there's maybe a slider. I've seen vertical sort of shutters in lieu of the horizontal.
If you have some examples from around the village.
Yeah, I can take a
Photos.
picture. I mean, it would be framed out and then it would just sit like an inset panel as vertical beadboard.
I'm just looking at, do we ever see vertical on principal structures versus auxiliary structures?
Right.
Typically you see the horizontal slats. So does it make sense? Not make sense? I think you see some examples of where you're drawing inspiration from.
Sure.
And if you could include the addresses with those photos so we can check for the COAs.
Sure.
So are you just gonna go ahead and put windows in there? One's in a mud room, one's in a powder room.
And one's in a shower, so. All of those windows are, the next Jaeger property is right on the property line, and they all, it's also just a sea of wall there from their addition. It's not ideal for window placement. That's why we're doing full picture windows off the back. Future phase would be to do landscape and focus everything on the backyard.
Don't know why you're even bothering.
With the shutters?
Yeah.
I've seen it as an expression to help resolve blank facades in the village, so I assumed it would be
I
wanted.
think if any additions were to allow it.
It's on, I can say Jaeger and is that Stewart? Right there on the corner on the green addition.
I don't know how little the addition is.
If you go north to, toward past Stewart, to Seabird, I'm sorry. Keep going straight down Jaeger to Seabird. And if you turn the corner here on Seabird, that guy right there.
Usually it's just to keep the facade looking just monolithic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, why are they, if they're not real, why are they spaced that way?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother.
So that's the first one that comes to mind, but I feel like I've seen it in other locations.
I wouldn't bother.
Okay.
I mean, my house, north side of my house doesn't have a window at all.
Okay, yeah.
Not a normal, so.
Then I don't have to provide examples.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
I do have one question for the commission, window sizes. So the principal structure has a traditional, tall, narrow connector. We got a tiny one with some big ones down, bigger ones down below. And then over on the addition portion, we have like a middle size. It feels like, then you go to back and you have all big again. It feels kind of hodgepodge.
Okay. I can relook at those, in terms of
I
scale.
have no problem with the big ones because they're bigger, but they're same proportion as existing ones. The upper ones in the connector piece, I have no problem with those either because it's a connector piece and it's different. The other ones I agree, take a look at those.
The ones on this facade. right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you're not gonna have anything on the other facade, so.
Okay, yeah, I think I can get those more into the proportion of the
Yeah.
existing double homes.
Yep.
I appreciate your feedback.
Coming in. We have one last item to go back to continue. Item GV-23-09-036, 158 Jackson.
I so move to continue.
Second.
Question on the motion, all in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have, motion passes. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
I second.
Any questions on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Adjourn.
So off the record. Yeah. My pet peeve, like, number one, crusting on the roofs.